Alrighty. Good evening. This is the regular meeting of the Madera City Council. Today is Wednesday, July the 20th, 2022. It is now 6 p.m. I hereby call this meeting to order. The council chambers will be open to the public. This meeting will also be available for public viewing and participation through Zoom. Members of the public may also observe the live stream meeting on the city's website at www.madera.gov/live. Members of the public may comment on agenda items at the meeting or remotely through an electronic meeting via phone by dialing 669-900-6833. Enter ID 878-3600-4294 hashtag. Comments will also be accepted via email at citycouncilpubliccomment@madera.gov or by regular mail at 205 West 4th Street, Madera, California, 93637. Alicia, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Garcia?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Evans?
Here.
Councilmember Gallegos?
Here.
Member Rodriguez?
Here.
Councilmember Montes?
Here.
Councilmember Mejia?
Here.
And Councilmember Villegas?
Here.
Thank you very much. Would you all please rise for the invocation led tonight by Jesse Chavez, the Well Church and Madera Rescue Mission.
Good evening. In Proverbs 15:22 says, without counsel, plans fail, but with many advisors, they succeed. May this council succeed in all the planning they do and in the best interest of our community and the people of Madera. Lord, thank you for the mayor and the city council and the people here. We invite you here, Lord, for your wisdom. Bless the council and bless the people and their families, Lord. Keep this community safe in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Mayor Pro Tem Evans tonight.
Salute. I pledge to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We will now move on to the approval of the agenda. I'll ask my colleagues if there are any changes or additions to the agenda. If there are none, I'll take a motion.
I'll move to approve the
Of
agenda.
approval for the agenda.
I move to approve the agenda as presented. Second.
Motion to approve the agenda by Councilmember Rodriguez, second by Councilmember Villegas. Alicia, would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Gallegos?
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez?
Yes.
Councilmember Montes?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Evans?
Yes.
Councilmember Mejia?
Yes.
Councilmember Villegas?
Yes.
And Mayor Garcia?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. We will now move on to public comment. The first 15 minutes of the meeting are reserved for members of the public to address the council on items which are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Speakers shall be limited to 3 minutes. Speakers will be asked but are not required to identify themselves and state the subject of their comments. If the subject is an item on the agenda, the mayor has the option of asking the speaker to hold a comment until that item is called. Comments on items listed as a public hearing on the agenda should be held until the hearing is opened. The council is prohibited by law from taking any action on matters discussed that are not on the agenda, and no adverse conclusion should be drawn if the council does not respond to any public comment at this time. Alicia, do we have any public comment?
Yes, we have someone approaching the podium, Mayor.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. Here, please, can you please distribute?
Good evening. Hello?
Yes, please. Mr. Mayor, I'm the property owner. My name is Khalid Chaudhry. I'm the property owner of 300 Madera Avenue, which has been vacant for the past, it's the third year. And Planning Commission impeded vape store over there. Though it should have been grandfathered in because it was an old 7-Eleven, then Super 7, where cigarettes and liquor was allowed. Anyway, so here, who impeded that on planning commission? First of all, your planner, one of the planners who has already left, sat on that for 1 year, 1 full year. Then on planning commission, you don't have a single person who knows business, a little bit of business. I mean, let's start with from Mr. Artemio. His planning commissioner works for the agency where 4 guys watch and 1 guy works. And there are some other streets, which are controlled by his agency. He shouldn't be there. Then here, your planning commissioner and Mr. Montes' planning commissioner, I met Mr. Montes' planning commissioner. He admitted that they both impeded because of some personal grudge against me. I didn't like it. So now your planning commissioner is also criminal. He stole stationery while he worked at CDCR. He's a former pharmacy assistant. Okay, in 2014, so he defrauded workman comp in 2020.
Mr. Chaudhry?
Yes, please.
I'm going to ask you to get to the point and also be respectful of this hearing. And please do not make accusations or anything of that nature.
I'm not making
about any commissioner.
Abusive language. Nothing, sir.
No, I'm not saying abusive. I'm just saying that keep to the facts and we'll give you your hearing. But just make sure that we respect these hearings here. Okay?
Yes, sir. So anyway, they impeded by that vape store due to the grudge, whatever. So please reconsider them. And then Mr. Montes' planning commissioner left. His cousin got appointed. Your planning commissioners, and they collude again now. So from one family, 2 cousins on the planning commission, and I don't know really what to say here. Okay, this was the first thing. The second thing, water rates and garbage rates.
Okay, we're going to be opening up that item later, so you can make comments at that time when we open up that item.
No, that comment I'll make. But I received 20 letters. This is administrative issue, sir. I have 3 connections only, 3 accounts only. Why would I get 20 letters?
Mr. Chaudhry, we'll open up public comment on the water rates later, and you can comment anything you want to at that time.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other further public comment, Alicia?
We have no one else in the council chamber, Mayor, and
we have no one wishing to speak on Zoom.
Okay.
And no written public comment. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I will now close public comment. We'll move on to, there are no written communications, presentations, introductions, or workshops. We will now move on to the consent calendar. Matters listed under the consent calendar are considered routine and will be enacted by 1 motion and 1 vote. There will be no separate discussion of these items. If discussion is desired, a member of the public or a member of the council may request an item be removed from the consent calendar, and it will be considered separately. Do we have any members of the public wishing to speak on the consent calendar, Alicia?
We have no one in the chamber and no written comment.
Thank you very much.
No one on Zoom.
No one on Zoom. Thank you very much, Mark. We'll now close public comment on this item. I will ask for a discussion from my colleagues and a motion if needed.
I'd like to pull B7.
Okay.
With that, I would motion for the rest of the consent calendar to be approved.
I'll second that.
Motion to approve this consent calendar by Councilwoman Gallegos, second by Councilmember Rodriguez. Alicia, would you call the roll?
Councilmember Gallegos?
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez?
Yes.
Councilmember Montes?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Evans?
Yes.
Councilmember Mejia?
Yes.
Councilmember Villegas?
Yes.
And Mayor Garcia.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Alrighty. Did you want to speak on that item, Councilmember Gallegos?
I do, Mayor Garcia. I just wanted to pull this and acknowledge that the public could see on record that we were awarded $5 million from Senator Ana Caballero for our avenue expansion on our trunk line on Avenue 13. So with that, I wanted to thank her and her staff for making this donation to our city to help us improve the development that's going out in that area. And her partnership with us is greatly appreciated between the city and all my colleagues feel that the same way, that this is just, it's just a blessing to have that kind of money come our way and to improve things that we've had capital improvement projects that have been on the books for a while. And this will greatly help us get those pushed forward. So with that, I'd like to approve B7.
Second that.
Who was the second?
Montez.
Motion to approve the consent calendar by Councilwoman Gallegos, second by Councilmember Montes. Alicia, would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Gallegos?
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez?
Yes.
Councilmember Montes?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Evans?
Yes.
Councilmember Mejia?
Yes.
Councilmember Villegas?
Yes.
And Mayor Garcia.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. We will now move on to item C. Item C1 is a public hearing relating to potential increases in water, sewer, storm drainage, and solid water rates, waste rates. This is the Proposition 218 public hearing regarding potential increases in water, sewer, and storm drainage and solid waste rates. I now open a public meeting. Staff, will you please proceed to your report and presentation?
Hi, good morning. Oh, my name is Vicki Crow. I didn't know if Kingsley is here. Is Kingsley here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, I turn it over to you, Kingsley.
Well, okay. Thank you, Vicki, and Mr. Mayor, council members. As you indicated, this item concerns a public hearing for the potential adjustment of the utility rates. Utilities include water, storm, drainage, sewer, solid waste, and as well as street sweeping. And as you may recall, I believe that the city issued a request for proposal in August 2020 and hired the firm of NBS to conduct a rate study. And following that, on April 6th, the City Council adopted a resolution accepting the rate study relating to all the utility rates and authorized actions under the Proposition 218 and setting a Proposition 218 public hearing date, which is today, to consider the rate increases. And basically, tonight, staff is recommending that the City Council conduct such public hearing to receive written protest and ballots, as well as public testimony regarding these proposed rate adjustments, if any. And at the close of the public hearing, to direct staff to conduct a tally of all the valid protests and report as to whether any majority protest exists for the proposed water, sewer, and solid waste. The storm drain is a little bit different. The storm drain protest exists if any ballots submitted in opposition exceed the number of ballots submitted in favor of the proposed rates. And I believe we have the consultants from the NBS available tonight to make a presentation on the rate. I'm not sure who is here, Alan or Jordan or Greg.
Yeah, Alan High Street's here.
Okay.
I'm using Vicky's link to get in, so it shows Vicky there. But
yeah, I just want to acknowledge that they're here, and at the right time they will make that presentation. And I'm sure the mayor, at what point that you want to hear their presentation before or after the public hearing. And with that, I'll turn it back over to the mayor, city clerk, and I guess we conduct the public hearing first before the presentation.
Well, according to my instructions here, the presentation should be done. The meeting has been open for the public hearing. So if you want, you can make your presentation now.
Okay. I'll call on MBS then to go ahead and make the presentation.
Okay, again, this is Alan High Street. I'm a principal consultant with NBS. Been in front of you many times. I'm going to do a presentation, and I'm going to try to go through it pretty quickly. Kingsley did a nice job of summarizing things, and we'll get that shared here. Okay, can you see the screen?
Yes, it's on.
Okay, so again, this is the Prop 218 public hearing, and we've got 4 utilities we're covering. And we're going to kind of go over quickly where we're at in the process. Again, another quick 218 overview, talk a little bit about the rates for those utilities. As mentioned, we were retained to review the works. We had our first workshop almost a year ago, August 18, 2021, where we did water, sewer, and storm drainage rates. We did a second workshop in December 15th of 2021 of all 4 utilities, and did a third workshop on January 19th, 2022 of this year. And in April 6th, we started the Prop 218 process. The 218 notices were mailed on May 27th. Our public hearings today. So our public hearing is opened. You can listen to public comments. Also during this open hearing, if anybody has ballots, they can actually hand deliver them to you while the public hearing is going. You will then close the public hearing and then tabulate the votes. And then once you tabulate the votes, then you can kind of figure out what you need to do. If the protest vote fails, rates for the sewer, water, and solid waste can be increased up to the amount that's within the notice that was mailed to everybody. That sets a ceiling that you can't go over. You can always, as a council, select something less than that. There'll be some financial implications if you do so, but you can always go underneath that. Now, for storm drainage, it's an affirmative vote because the courts have kind of determined it's property related. So you actually need more yes votes than no votes to be able to increase the rates. And just real quickly, one of the things that kept rates at a really relatively small increase for water and sewer is we got American Rescue Plan funds, $16 million for the sewer and $6 million for water. And so, that's really done a nice job of keeping these rate impacts being relatively small. And just wanted to make a note, too, that these enterprise funds can't be transferred to any other accounts. Now, in Prop 218, the rate increases need to adhere to the 218 process. The rates can be set up for 5 years, and you had a 5-year schedule that was mailed out. And again, it just sets up the ceiling. You can decide to adopt lower rates. Now, for water rates, this is kind of the rates we have here. And you can see that the rates, even for the 5/8 meter, are actually just a little bit less than you were had in the past, and their commodity charges dropped a little bit. That's because in the past, your water rates had anticipated a lot of capital, and so the rates were built for that. And you didn't get all the capital built yet. It actually contributed to some higher reserves. But using that money going forward for capital and the projects that are ongoing, you actually get some rates that are down a little bit lower than you have. But if you look at where we're at, we also, in the studies we did before, we looked at what would rates have been if you didn't have the American Rescue Plan funds. And in toward there, the green charts are essentially what the rates would have been. It would have been almost $70 at a utility bill for water without that. But otherwise, the typical bills current versus now, you can see relatively unchanged. The reason these are used, it's based on how much water is being used. And so now for sewer, we've got the residential bill, and that's relatively flat. It went up a little more for multifamily because when we looked at the water use was a little higher, a different ratio than you've had. So, and then this is for the non-residential rates for sewer. And if we did a comparison of utility bills here, again, looking at ARP versus no ARP, the bills would have been substantially higher. Those yellow bars are what the rates would have been without that ARP money. And then the green shows those increases over time, but still relatively small increases. And if you compared that to your neighbors, you can see that you're a little higher than some, but some folks haven't changed their rates in a while, and you're less than others, but it's still an affordable rate. For storm drainage, rates haven't been adjusted since 1992. And if approved, they'd generate $928,000 per year. And those rates that you have now don't cover capital, they cover some of the maintenance, but no new projects. So the new projects did need a rate increase. And basically, rates are proposed to increase at 15% per year for 5 years. Now, that still is a relatively small amount because the base amount is so small. You can see for storm drainage, the current rate for single families is at $2. And over 5 years, it could hopefully get it up to $5 per month to cover some of your capital costs. Street sweeping, now we talk about street sweeping costs in here, and basically going forward, we propose they just be added into the solid waste rates and not be billed on linear footage anymore. But in terms of what the equivalent is, the street sweeping rates would drop a little bit from what they are now. And then solid waste, we're still trying to figure out exactly what the costs are when all the contracts are done being negotiated. So we put in a surcharge in there of about $2 million a year. And if the negotiations turn out better than and less than $2 million, you can have lower rates. And so again, the study identifies the maximum charges. The city's negotiating with Mid-Valley, and the rates will be adjusted. So you can, again, hopefully if negotiations go well, you can drop that below what was requested here. And this is what was in the notice. You can see that the rates go up for the standard 3 containers, from $22 to $38. So there's some significant increases to take care of the organics part of that. And then if we kind of look at the residential bill, how that breaks up, you can kind of see that increase. So it's almost a 50% increase, really, when you put everything in place there. And so it's, again, that organic waste, SB 1383 is hitting communities across California. And then this is what the rates would look like if you were comparing single family versus multifamily. And you can see those rates there. Again, the substantial increase. If you combined all the utilities, though, with everything else being relatively flat, you can see in the chart the water and the sewer and storm drains stay relatively flat. And really the increase overall is due to solid waste. And so it's still relatively affordable. So that's a really quick overview. But now I guess you can take some public comments, and then once you've exhausted or you heard all the public comments, you'll be able to close and tabulate your votes.
Thank you very much for that presentation. That was really an eye-opener. We will now receive comments, submission of written protests and ballots, and questions from members of the public.
Mayor. I'm going to interrupt you. Staff has not completed its presentation. Your city manager will be also making a presentation.
Okay. All righty. My apologies. Arnoldo?
No, thank you very much, Mayor. If allow me to share my screen, I have a very brief presentation that I would like to show or share with council and the community.
Is there anyone else going to be speaking on this subject from the staff?
There are a good number of community members here, Mayor, so I'm going to speculate that we're probably going to have public comment.
Yeah. But I mean, as far as staff is concerned.
No, I think I'll be the last person in terms of staff.
Okay. All right.
So a quick recap, both for council and either the community members that are here this evening or watching online. This is a brief recap over some of the items that Alan simply discussed right now. And the reason that I'm discussing this is there's a couple of different moving parts, some of which Alan completed, but there's another component to this that staff is currently engaged with Mid-Valley, who's the city's trash hauler. So again, to recap a little bit, the MBS study, and this is a study that Alan helped prepare. The study outlines the maximum rates that the city may adopt. There's nothing in the law that says that the city can adopt lower rates. So again, this is the maximum for the next 5 years or until the next time the city prepares a new study. By law, we have to prepare a new study every 5 years. So within 5 years, we'll engage and we'll prepare another one. The rates may be adjusted from time to time within those 5 years. However, at no time can we exceed the numbers outlined in the study. The city did receive $23 million of ARPA funds, and that was from the federal government. We put 100% of those funds, and again, those funds could have been used for a lot of different things in our community. It was not for sewer and water. Some communities used it for staff, for pay raises, for lots of different things. Here in Madera, we had a lot of discussions about a year ago in terms of what we were going to do with the money. Council instructed staff to put 100% of it in sewer and water. And that's one of the reasons why rates, especially in sewer and water, are expected to increase just very nominally. In addition to this, a few minutes ago, Councilwoman Gallegos alluded to, we were just notified about 3 weeks ago from the state that we're also going to be receiving $5 million in grant funds for Avenue 13. About a year ago, we were notified from Congressman Costa that that U.S. Congress had allocated an additional $3.5 million to the city of Madera at our request for the Avenue 13 line for a total of $8.5 million. That $8.5 million is not considered in the study. And it's not considered because at the time, we had not been notified that we received the funds. To date, we have not received the funds. We've been notified we're going to receive them, but we do not have them in hand. When we do receive them in hand, we'll go back to the study, we'll take a look at it, and I can assure you if we can lower rates at any point, that's staff's goal. So water, and I know Alan discussed this a little bit, but this is just very, very succinctly. Water is projected to increase 1% for 3 years, years 1, 2, 3. There are no increases in years 4 and 5. The total increase in water is 3.03% of the existing bill for the next 5 years, but 1% a year. But with compound interest, it goes up to 3.03. Wastewater, 5% for 5 consecutive years. That includes the $17 million the city allocated of ARPA funds. Drainage has not been increased since 1992. We currently charge $2 a parcel. In the rate study, it was proposed that we increase it 15% per year. And as a lot of Maderans know, we do have a decent amount of micro flooding through our community. The reason for that is we do not have money to build capital for drainage. All of our funds in the drainage fund today go for maintenance. That's either cleaning the drains or mowing the ponding basins. We have $0 to make any improvements. So any area that micro floods, we have $0 to help repair those areas. We have made a request to Congress on Easter Sunday. We requested $7 million. We have not heard if we're eligible for that. And that's simply the city going out I'll be candid, begging Congress to try to allocate some funds to us. The solid waste is probably the most fluid item on the rate study. And the reason for that is we have this huge bill that was passed by California called Senate Bill 1383, which changed the game of solid waste in California. It's the most far-reaching measure in solid waste. I can't say in the history of solid waste, but from talking to experts, they're telling me this is pretty far-reaching. Unfortunately, it's going to cost all of us money. At the end of the day, it's going to cost ratepayers a lot of money to implement what's being required by the state. The other big variable in this equation is the disposal rates at Fairmead landfill. When they're adjusted at the landfill, the city pays more, which means the community pays more. So the study itself, the MBS study, projects a 10% increase in solid waste rates every year for years 1 through 4, with the 4% increase in year 5. The city is currently negotiating a deal with Mid-Valley where we believe those rates are going to be lower. So the Mid-Valley agreement, again, in light of the Senate bill, we've been actively working, hopefully, towards a new contract with Mid-Valley. Overall, the solid waste rates are going to increase. The largest increases are going to be to commercial ratepayers, not single family. They're going to increase for single family, but percentage-wise, they're substantial for commercial. With that being said, staff is recommending lower rates in comparison to those that were outlined in the study for year 1. So beginning in a couple of weeks, we're proposing lower rates. A couple of reasons for that. The biggest reason is we've negotiated lower rates with Mid-Valley. So that's positive for the community because the community saves a lot of money. The second reason is because we are proposing less reserves than is recommended in the study. I know this makes a lot of financial people, including myself, cringe a little bit. The problem, though, is I'm trying to mitigate increases in solid waste. So we're proposing we operate with less reserves. The reason I feel comfortable saying that is because a lot of the reserves are going to be borne by Mid-Valley, not by the city. With that being said, if we have another pandemic, what we experienced during the pandemic, a lot of people stopped paying their utility bills, a lot of customers, because they couldn't afford it. So we have to have a small reserve because we still get a bill from Mid-Valley and we have to pay it. So we do have to have a small reserve, just not a substantial reserve. The other item is for years 2 through 5. And I know this probably doesn't give council or the community great confidence, but we'll come back once we negotiate a deal with Mid-Valley and we'll be able to set those rates. Right now, the situation's fluid because we're still in negotiations. However, we are set on year 1. And year 1 is on the overhead here for the community. And I'm going to move the photo here so the community here in the audience can read it. So if you take the current rate, it's on the left, it goes straight down. This is for an average single family home in Madera. Your bill is $125.12. That includes water, sewer, storm drain, street sweeping, and solid waste. Something Alan alluded to a short time ago. Currently, the city charges on a tier water system. Staff is recommending that we go to a flat rate. And so that's included in tonight's presentation. The sewer is based on a percentage of the water, but we do have some fixed costs in there. The storm drain is $2. Street sweeping $2.34 and solid waste is $23.22. The proposed rate study, which I'm not going to get into the details because Alan did such an eloquent job of doing that, $139.58. Staff this evening is proposing that we set it for the next year at $131.61. So it's lower than what the MBS study says, but it's $6.49 more than what a customer pays today. The reason for that is if you look at water, it would be a 45-cent increase per month for the average single-family homeowner. Sewer would be an increase of 21 cents. Again, the only reason it's only 45 cents, and of course it's easy for me to say only, 21 cents and 45 cents is because, as Alan alluded to, the American Rescue Fund, we put $23 million in those funds. If not, this evening I'd be probably talking about $29 increases per month on sewer and water to the community. Instead, we're talking about 60-something cents. Storm drain would be 81 cents. Street sweeping goes down by 48 cents. Solid waste, again, that's the big hit for the community, including the city. It's projected to increase $5.50 per month per customer. Unfortunately, there's not a lot we can do about that because of Senate Bill 1383. If we could, we would. Unfortunately, our hands are tied just like everyone else's. The final right-hand column shows a percentage. Overall, it would increase 5.2%. Now, I'll also say that as our legal counsel is going to say in a few minutes, drainage is treated differently under Proposition 218 vote. I'm going to speculate here and assume, I'm simply highlighting that for the community so they know that the proposed rates, again, $131.61 per month, which is a $6.49 increase. I'm going to speculate and assume the drainage fund or the drainage rate is not going to pass tonight. We'll probably know here tonight. Gut feeling tells me it's not going to be approved because because of the ballots. So let's assume it's not approved tonight. That means it's instead of a $2.81 increase, it goes to, for that, it stays at $2. Instead of the increase being $6.49, it would be $5.68. And the increase decreases from 5.2% to 4.5%. And we'll know tonight, hopefully tonight, once we count the ballots. So again, this is the average single family home. The entire utility bill is projected to increase 4.5% or $5.68. These are the projected solid waste rates for single family homes. Again, the largest increases are not single family, they're commercial. So A is the upcoming year, that's $30.58, and that's for trash. And this was captured in the previous couple of slides. And the B here, this identifies what's in the MBS study. In the staff report, Council, if you saw your table, it's attachment A of attachment 3 to the staff report. This includes these numbers, but there's a note on there that identifies the maximum. I'm confident that we're going to negotiate much lower rates than what you see there. If all goes well, that item will be before council on August 3rd. And again, that captures what staff is proposing this evening, which again is lower than what's outlined in the MBS rate for the reasons that I indicated earlier. So moving forward, I recap this a little bit. Commercial accounts they're going to experience a greater increase. This is largely, actually I could say 100% due to SB 1383. Street sweeping, we will continue to monitor that. Just to make sure that moving forward, it's dropping to $1.86. Again, the goal is we're trying to charge the customers the least amount possible. We just want to make sure, it sounds trivial at times, but a penny in either direction makes a big difference. It doesn't sound like much, but it does. And again, staff is proposing nominal reserves in the Solid Waste Enterprise Fund, significantly lower than what's being recommended by MBS. But again, that's because of our comfort level, knowing that I believe the vast majority of those costs are going to be borne by Mid-Valley, not by the city, unless we have another pandemic and people stop paying their bills. So with that, sorry if I was a little redundant. I simply wanted to clarify a couple of things. And again, there's a couple of moving parts here. We have the Proposition 218 study. We have the NBS study. We have the negotiations with Mid-Valley, and we have Senate Bill 1383. So again, so Alan was simply summarizing the MBS study, but I thought the prudent thing to do for both the council and the community this evening was to try to summarize the different moving parts. So with that concludes my presentation, Mayor.
Thank you very much for that, Arnoldo. Mr. Montes, I will acknowledge you in a moment, but first we're going to move on to public comment. We will now receive comments, submission of written protests and ballots, and questions from members of the public. This hearing addresses potential water, sewer.
Right, but I did have a question for Arnoldo regarding his presentation, just a point of clarification, just in case somebody from the public has the same question.
Okay, we'll address that in a minute, okay?
Mayor, sometimes it is helpful to have some basic questions, not to start deliberating, because deliberations would take place after public comment.
Right.
This would be more for clarification, and I probably will want to make a clarifying point as well once
okay.
Do. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Montes?
So I just wanted to ask Arnoldo, you said we were going from a flat rate, from a tiered rate to a flat rate. So it's still going to be a single tier metered charge rather than a flat, just you're going to pay $100 and you can use as much water as you want. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Montes. I should have clarified that. So the flat is not you pay one rate and you wait and you use as much water, you consume as much water as one would like. Rather, the flat rate means that you're charged for the amount of water you use. Versus today, we have different tiers. So the more water you use, the more expensive it gets per gallon. In this case, it's going to be the same dollar amount, per gallon, regardless of how much water you use. So hopefully that clarifies it.
Very good.
And thank you.
Hilda, did you have a clarification?
None of the council members have anything
Yes,
else?
Councilwoman Gallegos.
Okay.
She has a question.
City Manager Rodriguez, the question I have is a lot of our community on Zoom and in the chamber probably does not aware or not clear on our ARPA funds. 23 million was used for sewer and water, but that is to use for capital improvement projects. And maybe they're not sure what capital improvement projects are. They're not aware that we are way far behind. When I got on council 6 years ago, we had a break in the sewer line on Schnorr and Howard Road that had been on the capital improvement project for years, but again, without rates being raised, that was not addressed. We spent millions on repairing that. If we had had an increase in rates 10, 15 years before that, we wouldn't have those issues. So by the council and my colleagues putting the 23 million into sewer, that is going to, and correct me if I'm wrong, going to kind of catch us up because we're about 15 years behind on projects. If you want to explain that a little bit more.
Yes, thank you very much, Councilwoman. The city is woefully behind on infrastructure. We have a lot of deferred maintenance as a community. We most recently found that out with the condition of our main trunk line. The city has one trunk line that goes out to the wastewater treatment plant on Avenue 13. A recent analysis determined that that line is corroded and it's in dire need of repair. And that's why we were able to acquire 8.5 million to help repair that line. The challenge with the sewer and water systems is when the rates do not keep up, you have a lot of deferred maintenance and then it's cost more. To give the council and the community some context, the most recent water well that the city built, and we have 20 of them in the city, was $3 million. And that's the well over by Love's just south of Avenue 17. The $23 million in ARPA funds that the city is going to allocate towards sewer and water, roughly $16 million plus is for sewer. The remaining 6.5 or 7 million is for water. 100% of that are for rural projects that are going to be built. This is not for staff time. This is for example, for new water lines that we have to build. So it's for capital projects. It's something that's tangible. It's actually something that gets built, a new water well or replacement of a water well. So again, so this is for capital projects. How the city operates is we have maintenance and operations, and that includes salaries and benefits and daily supplies. For example, chlorine for water is an example, or if the city has to purchase a new vehicle, or if we need equipment to repair a line. So if we rent a Home Depot, that's maintenance, not capital. A new line that we have to build, if we have to replace a large part at the wastewater treatment plant, which council is aware, it's extremely expensive. Anything you buy for the wastewater treatment plant, it runs in the millions, it appears like. Those are capital projects because those are large items. And so hopefully that explanation suffices.
Yeah, and just so the community knows, all this money, millions that we got in ARPA funds is something that we're not going to see. It's underground. It's not something that we can ribbon cut and be excited about. That's underground. That's getting those sewer out to the sewer plant from your homes. It's the water getting to your faucets that it comes out. It's not something that we see every day and think, oh, we're good underneath. We have a lot of corrosion going down that was built years ago, probably even before I was born. And it's to the point now where we really have to deep and figure out how we're going to repair this. And by raising rates 21 cents in sewer because of this council that put the 23 million in ARPA funds has helped us kind of move that needle on our capital improvement funds. So we're not like 15 years behind on fixing lines and going in and putting new lines to repair. It's just been a plus and a blessing. So that's just a little bit of feedback I think you need to know. I didn't know that until I got on council 6 years ago when we had that big water break and sewer break on Schnorr and Howard. So that's just a little information I thought you would need to hear. Thank you, City Manager.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, we have Councilmember Mejia. Did you push your button? So it was Councilmember Rodriguez.
Correct. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And Mr. Mayor, just a question for you, Arnoldo, just to clarify. You mentioned maintenance and operation salaries, capital projects. Anything that is attributed to water is also debited from this enterprise fund that is shared across from all the ratepayers. Is that correct?
Correct. So the water fund cannot be mixed with any other fund. So for example, the city cannot take money from the sewer fund and move it to the water fund, and nor can the city take any money from any of these funds and move it to the city's general fund. That's against the law. So you simply can't do that.
Thank you. And again, the injection of the ARPA funds obviously helped reduce the amount. And this is why we are not having that increase that we would otherwise have had those funds not been deposited into that enterprise fund.
Correct. If the city would not have received those funds, based on Alan's analysis, if I did my math right, I think it would increase about $29 per month per customer on top of the trash that we're seeing. So instead of me saying council, it's $6.49, it would probably be closer to $30.50 per month per customer.
Thank you. And I'll just make my comment here is that, I'm sure a lot of cities, kind of like Madera, are going through the same thing across the U.S. because they also received ARPA funds. And the consequence of receiving funds is an injection of a money supply. So if you don't see it in your water rates, you're seeing it now, and that's the inflation rate of almost 10%. So, I know this goes outside of that, but had we not received those funds, or those ARPA funds would not be available, then the average consumer can probably absorb some of that additional cost. But you're absorbing it already through food, energy, and gasoline. And the fact that we're only getting a 6% bump is minimal compared to what the inflation. And that's the sad thing, is inflation is an invisible tax that sometimes we don't see, and we're having to pay for that at the pump, food, and energy. So I just wanted to clear that. And I'm hopeful for ARPA. Indirectly, obviously, it has other effects, but at this point, it's a very minimal amount.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, there's no one else. Hilda? Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, Council, and members of the public. I just wanted to underscore a little bit. Everybody's been talking about the fact that tonight the City Council is holding a Proposition 218 hearing to determine whether or not to increase rates for the various utilities. And I just want to note that Proposition 218 is a proposition that was adopted by the California voters. It is embedded in the California Constitution. So the city has to follow very strict procedures for issuing notices and conducting the hearing. And later you will see, because there's 2 boxes full of ballots here for tallying in public out in the lobby, the ballots. So I just wanted to kind of clarify that. And if a majority protest occurs for any of these utilities, the council is not authorized to increase any rates. Even if it's the best thing that could happen for the city, if there is a majority protest, the city council may not act. However, the majority protest process is different for storm drainage than for water, sewer, and solid waste. So for storm drainage, a majority protest exists if all the ballots that were submitted and that are not withdrawn and that are in opposition, that are against the increase, are greater than the ballots submitted against. So I don't know how many we're not allowed to open until it goes out in the lobby, but if there's, 1,000, there probably are more. If there are 1,000 ballots in there and 501 ballots are no for storm drainage, then the city may not act. That's for storm drainage. However, for the other utilities, that is not the way the Constitution says that the protest counts. The protest is that more than 50% of all the ratepayers have to submit a written protest against water, sewer, and solid waste. So storm drainage is weighted heavily in favor of residents, And the other three utilities are weighted heavily in favor of public agencies to decide if they wish to proceed with increases. And so we did, and that is in the Constitution, and that's what the Constitution provides. So I just wanted to underscore that so that we're all clear on what's going to be counted. And there will be many ballots, but I think that is why I was wondering. And then I said, well, now I know why Mr. Rodriguez mentioned that he had a hunch that storm drainage may not be increased tonight because there's likely more ballots against than for, because the reality is that usually submit something when it's no and very rarely submit something when it's yes. So anyway, I'll be here to answer questions, Council, if you have any questions.
Thank you very much. I turn it back over to you, Mr. Mayor.
So that concludes our, excuse me, that concludes the presentation aspect of this. And we had a couple of comments. We will now open it up to the public. We will now receive comments, submission of written protests and ballots, and questions from members of the public. This hearing addresses potential water, sewer, solid waste, and storm drainage rate increases. Please identify the rate or rates you are addressing per the Proposition 218 process for which you received a notice. If you have a written protest or written ballot, please hand it over to the city clerk when you come up to speak. So first of all, we'll address any people who are in the office. If you would like to make a comment, please come up to the podium.
My name is Jerry Green, and I ain't very good at this, but I do know I don't want no rate increase. I don't think anybody that's on a fixed income like us, we can afford it. Last time y'all increased it 5 years, well, y'all said it was, I don't know, $4 or $5. Well, mine went from 75 to 105. So that was $30. Then this time you're going to go up more. Then while you did it, then right after that, about the first year or so, I don't remember when, y'all voted for yourself to give yourself a raise. Well, I don't think that's right. We can't vote ourselves a raise. That's all I got to say. I don't think it's right.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am.
Thank you. My name is Cynthia Ortegon. I live at 429 South K Street, Madera by the high school. I'm not in favor of this rate unless it's used efficiently. I pick up garbage on the streets of Madera because it's so dirty. And I've been here talking before. The street cleaners, I don't know what they do or where they go, or if the machine is lacking in power or vacuum power, or I don't know what it is, but I'm on the street level when I travel through town. And you guys are all in cars. You don't see this garbage on the streets. I know that cars parked there and they don't move on the day, perhaps that your street cleaner comes into your neighborhood. A lot of people don't know. I'd like that to be put into the newsletter indicating to where the sweeper's coming in your neighborhood. So at least people can say, okay, it's Tuesday, I got to move my car. So the street cleaners can get in there. The garbage, the filth, the metal, the screws, the nails. It's amazing. There's so much metal on the street. I'm going to buy a magnet and I'm going to go down the streets and I'm going to dump it over at Public Works, and you're going to see how much it is. It's a lot. So I'm just saying, if you're going to do this, please be more efficient with what you're doing for our city. I've lived here 22 years or something, and we're not 15 years behind. We're like 50 years behind in our infrastructure. So now we're feeling it, unfortunately, and we're all suffering. And I don't know what you guys have been doing for all these years, but and I know we need to do this, but I'm not for it. But just do it right, okay? Just please.
Thank you very much. Next.
Good evening again. Mr. Mayor and City Council. I'll come up with the solutions. Okay. First of all, this garbage, blue one should be picked up alternate weeks, not every week. Blue one especially. You'll save. So your garbage company would save some money on cost. So we will save some money, should be transferred to us. This, politics of water is everywhere. Because of inelasticity of demand. I hope you understand inelasticity. Otherwise, Google, please. It's like gas. Okay, if we consume more water, you raise rates, then rates are raised, then we contract our demand, we use less, then, we are not collecting enough revenue. Less rate, that's what they do. That's what you guys do, basically. Okay, then pass one more thing here. Pass a law. Whenever you have increment on any kind of rate, shouldn't be above the CPI, inflation rate. The way you have raised the rates here. Okay, thank you very much for these tier rates. They are unconstitutional anyway. They shouldn't have been there. Thank you for bringing up that flat rate. What about sewer here? Especially commercial. This commercial sewer rate is passed on to consumers, to us. Okay, here in case of restaurant, 5.22. So for example, if restaurant owner spends $1 on water, pays 5.22 for sewer for the same water, for disposing the same water. And sewer water rates determine sewer rates, by the way, whether we use it for gardening, wherever we use it. Oh, by the way, one more thing. I'm questioning NDS, their ability to conduct the study. Here I received 20 letters for the same thing. I have 3 accounts with you guys. So it's a covert attack, and there are so many different heads and different rates to rip us off. Oh, this kind of, sewer, this kind of rate. Okay, then drain water, this kind of rate. What's that nonsense, really? Drain water, if you're improving infrastructure, you can raise rates. I understand that. But infrastructure are paid by the developers. Once, this drain water, drainage is created for the rainwater, then you don't need to do anything, really. Why raise any kind of rates for drain water? And please, have some this flat rate for sewer as well, based on water consumption, whether it's commercial or residential. It's okay, same people. So we are screwed anyway. And one more thing. Your garbage company's operations manager, he runs around the city, looks for some garbage bin, which sometimes we get overwhelmed during Christmas times, for example, people have party once in a while. So what he does, unilaterally, he adds service to your garbage pickup. So, it's once a week, it becomes twice a week. Then suddenly you learn that, my rate has gone up or something happened here. So please, your oversight is needed for these guys. Okay.
Mr. Chaudhry, could you wrap it up, please? You're over the 3 minutes. You can wrap it up if you like.
I'm not getting out now, sir. I know you don't like me anymore. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Knowing we do like you. We appreciate all of your comments. Thank you very much. Sure. Thank you. Next, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Cecilia Bach, and I live in town, but I have lived here for 75 years. And and I heard the comment that water rates are related to water use. What I'm noticing is for several years since I've lived in town, the last 11 or 12 years, is that whenever there is a citywide cleanup, and this huge heavy dumpster is pulled along the roads, once they leave, there are leaks in the road. In fact, we had one shortly after this last citywide cleanup, and it took just about a month to fix the leak. And in the meantime, I was seeing all my little Our Neighborhood app complaints all over town about leaks, and we had just had the citywide cleanup. Every time we have this, it appears that the equipment is just too heavy. And I've always also seen these leaks in the roads caused by very heavy equipment. Sometimes it's road equipment. After roads have been resurfaced and so on, suddenly we have leaks. So now we have a compounded problem of water leakage, plus all of the workers and the time and money that is involved in fixing the leak. And sometimes it's only fixed temporarily. Sometimes they have actually had to come out in front of my house 3 and 4 different times to get the leak permanently stopped. So that's all money down the drain, as well as precious water. And as far as increases, just saying that as a senior citizen, we've lost about a third of our pension, hundreds of us that worked at the winery for many years. And I have kept my sprinklers off for 5 months in the wintertime, just trying to save water. So, you know, water is precious commodity, and I am trying to do my part. I also keep 1.5 liter bottles of empty milk cartons full of water in my toilet tanks. And I've done that for about 40 years, just trying to do my part to save water. But I really do see this business of water leakage, too heavy dumpsters being used for the citywide cleanups as a real serious problem. And I think that smaller, lighter dumpsters could be a partial solution to part of the problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sir?
Yes. My name is Greg Schmick, and I live up by Lincoln Elementary. And the first thing I'd like to say is thank you for getting the Fresno River cleaned up. Thank you. That's a big improvement. Yes. I know it was caused by a fire. It was necessary, but that's going to help out if we ever have one of those 100-year floods to get that cleaned up so that the water can get through. So thank you. I want to say thank you. I forget this gentleman's name right here in front of me.
Arnaldo
City Manager Rodriguez.
Arnaldo. Okay. You know, you had mentioned the American Rescue Plan funds, and you had also mentioned reserves. Although you get the American Rescue Plan funds and other funds to help the city out, and you mentioned you want to keep the reserves to a low, I really feel as head of my household, and it says right here on the paper, says storm drain rate study recommends rate increases to cover the necessary ongoing costs as rates have not increased since 1992. I would feel that I let my family down, and I'm saying this respectfully, that if I waited 30 years to put money in the bank to have reserves. So I'm okay. I am really okay with the storm drain schedule. If you look at it, it's 92 cents the first year, 44 cents the second year, 43, 57, 67 cents the last year, equaling $3.11. Okay. You need a reserve, regardless if you get these American Rescue Plan funds and these other funds, you need a reserve to fall back on. And you shouldn't have to have a 5-year plan. Okay. As a father and the husband, I have 10, 15, 20-year plans. I have to look out that far. I don't wait 30 years and say, okay, now I have to put $10,000 in the bank to have extra funds so that, you know, we have reserves. So I would just like to say this NBS study that you do, if you put it out 10 years, okay, instead of, you could raise the rates 10, 20 cents a year, right? So that you can space it out and it doesn't look so bad. Like the comparison of the sewer rate schedule, like it goes up 10 bucks over 5 years, okay? If you put a 15-year plan together, it doesn't have to go up on an average of $2 every year for 5 years. Have a 15-year plan. Now, I know the solid waste rate schedule, I mean, we're talking about a 4% increase. If you look at it and you do the math, on the NBS schedule, it's a 60% rate increase the first year if they have to implement it the way it is for NBS. Okay. The second year it's 9.6. The third year is 9.6. The fourth year is 9.6. The fifth year is 9.6. So it's a 211% increase over 5 years because it doubles. It goes from $23.22 to $49.31 if they implement it according to the study.
Sir, if you could please wrap it up, please.
Okay, I will. I'm sorry. So I'm just saying, if instead of a 5-year plan, let's go to a 15, 20-year plan. I'm all for it. You know what I'm saying? Space it out over time instead of whacking us, over a course of 5 years. Thank you for giving me time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next.
Hi, I'm Chris Mariscotti. I live in 119 South Park Drive. I also own and operate the Vineyard Restaurant here in Madera. I am not in favor of rate increases. I'm sure no one is, but I realize the reality of the situation, and I like having water, and I like having sewer, and I like having garbage pickups. So I am here to represent the restaurant industry, I guess, as a whole, saying I think that in the sewer rates, we are getting a bigger hit than almost any other of the other commercial entities that were in the rate increase, like a 57% increase in sewer. And it's hard enough to operate a restaurant. I'm not against the increases. I just don't think that the restaurant industry should take a bigger hit than other kinds of commercial buildings and non-commercial buildings, and hospitals and churches and all those. I would like to see the increase more equitable across all the sectors that they're being hit by it. That's all.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah.
Ma'am?
Good evening. My name is Candy Talley. I live at 623 Park Lane. I don't like rate increases either, but I don't think it is right or correct to blame this group of people for where we are now. It is not their fault. I'm sorry, but their predecessors didn't do what they should have done. We have to have decent utilities and infrastructure. And we can't do that without planning ahead, putting away some money. Some parts of this town, in fact, where I live, we have problems. We have leaks. I've had it on both sides of my property. So we've got to do something. The longer we put this off, the more it's going to cost us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Mayor, I don't see anyone else, but if I may just clarify an item, if that's okay. And I think the gentleman left, Greg.
Yes.
Tragon?
Yes, please do.
And so he did leave, but just for the council and the community members that are still watching, the reserves that I spoke about, the water fund, the sewer fund do have reserves. The only budget or the only fund that staff is recommending to have a lower reserve than what's prescribed or than what's suggested in the MBS study would be solid waste. The reason why staff is okay with a lower reserve fund in solid waste is because the city does not pick up solid waste. For example, if a trash truck breaks, it's not the city's, it's Mid-Valley's. So Mid-Valley has to have a reserve, not the city. And that's the only reason why staff is not recommending a reserve. All other accounts have reserves. Now, do they cover everything? Absolutely not. But hopefully, in case of an emergency, we should have adequate funds in those accounts. Also, the plans, the city does have long-term sewer and water plans that go out many, many years. The MBS study, what it does is it takes those reports and it quantifies them in terms of dollars. So the plans are developed, they're long-term plans, they go out. I would hate to be misquoted. I think it's for the city of over 100,000 people, and we're at about 69,000 today. So the city's infrastructure plans go out. I can't tell how many years, but I'm going to speculate it's probably a couple of decades. But the rates themselves, the rates before council this evening and the community are only for the next 5 years. But again, the city does have reserves for every fund. Staff is simply suggesting that we have a lower reserve account for solid waste, because again, the city is not, I want to say we're not responsible. We are responsible, but we're not physically picking up the trash Mid-Valley is. So hopefully that clarifies. And I apologize, the gentleman left, but I'll try to catch him.
Do we have any further public comment, Alicia?
Yes, we do, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
So, good evening. My name is Angelica Aguilar. I live near John Adams in Lincoln area. My question is the way the survey was sent out to the residents. My concern is the non-response bias. The second form where we had to do sewer water, you had to read the second page, formalize a response if you didn't want it and protested it and send it in. The first one on landscaping was a very easy survey, yes or no box. You sent it, came with a self-address envelope, and it was sent in. So as a math teacher and statistics, that's what I'm concerned about. And the man that had like 20 envelopes. So I'm concerned on how the survey was done, and that's my concern there. The other comments that I have is pertaining to thinking outside of the box responses. We mentioned some of them from our community, which is where you're going to need to know and get the responses. You guys represent various districts, and one of the things we were discussing is, you know, how often are you on the ground really getting to know your residents that you're representing? How often do you get responses from a community that, you know, how much trash there is? So what about a citizen hotline? You know, somebody who gets that, we have all that number. Everything's so electronic nowadays, and having a number, and then once you get that feedback, okay, this goes to this department, this one, this one, this one, this is what you guys need to do. Because it also obviously seems like there's a lack of leadership and oversight. We're seeing it as residents, and we're paying the price for it. We know what the problem is, but do you know the problem? You know, so we're trying to make a bridge so that the city works better for everybody involved. So again, think outside of the box for solutions. Citizen hotline, super easy. Street sweeping, I'm from the Bay Area. There's a sign up on the street. If you don't move your car on the day, you get like a $50 and it increases each time. And the police department knows. There you go. Problem solved. You have extra collateral in your budget or wherever you need it. And we have a street clean, and we don't need it every week. Okay. You might have a neighborhood captain say, hey, you guys, you know, my number, this is for our neighborhood. Whatever, you know, how the landscaping would be a great way. We need a neighborhood captain. Hey, we don't need it this week, call them, saves money there. Instead of once every twice a week, once a month, you know, there's no one really visiting us. There's no one parking in front. Looks fine. Why do we need to sweep it? You know, wasting money. You know, I always think of, does it make sense? If it doesn't make sense, then why are we doing it? Right? So ask us, get to know us, walk the street, you know, you have resources out here. You've heard some of them, but not all of them. So again, my non-response bias is you're gonna, like you said, the first one, we said yes or no. You guys had to pay for it. It's not gonna work in your favor. The second one, it's in your favor, I guess, how it works in politics. And so we might end up with a cost, but mine is like the non-response bias is people that didn't know, that didn't take the time to read that second page and knew that they had to write it and put it in writing. And by 5 o'clock today, it had to be submitted today. So there's where it's in your favor. You know, if we were too busy with running our lives, having our family, you know, driving our kids everywhere they need to go, then there you go, that you're going to get what you want. But a lot of great suggestions out here tonight. So just another one, Citizen Hotline.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mayor, it's back to you.
We don't have any more folks coming to the podium?
No, sir.
Thank you. We will now take a comment from a Zoom call. Alicia?
Caller with the phone number ending in 2767, please unmute yourself. Caller with the phone number ending 2767, you have your hand raised. If you wish to speak, please unmute yourself.
Alicia, can you tell them how to unmute?
They've unmuted.
Okay.
Hello?
We can hear you. Caller 2767. caller with the phone number ending 2767. Do you wish to speak?
We can move on to the next person if we like. Do we have any more public comment from the Zoom?
On Zoom, no, Mayor. I do have written public comment.
All righty.
This was submitted by Wayne Padilla. He's provided a few questions related to the proposal to raise solid waste fees. Question number one, why does the solid waste study assume the same disposal fee applies to both the residential recyclable and green waste container when the annual weight differential is 1.25 times greater for green waste compared to recyclables, and they have vastly different handling requirements? Question number two, fees for street sweeping were originally set according to the linear curb measurement of parcels for which a utility account existed with the city. The charge to each property owner was then determined by taking the street sweeping costs and dividing them by the total linear curb mileage of parcels which had a utility account. The result was multiplied by each parcel's length of curb. This ensured that the property owners were being charged only for the cost of sweeping the curb in front of their parcel. The proposed fee disregards the parcel-specific curb measurement and assesses a flat fee. This would appear to violate the tenets of Prop 218, which require a property owner be assessed no more than their proportional share of an expense. Has the city attorney reviewed this situation and decided that the new methodology is fair and compliant with Prop 218 as called for in the rate study? Question number three, the solid waste study consultant was given a set of assumptions by city staff for the future escalation of operating and capital outlay costs over the life of the proposed fee period, and those escalation factors are vastly different from and much lower than the assumptions used for water, sewer, and storm drain fees. Why are the lower expense growth assumptions not used for the water, sewer, and storm drain fee estimates to make the proposed fees even lower? I was part of the team that worked to put this fee into place back in the late 1990s. And that would complete public comment from Mr. Padilla and any other written public comment.
Thank you very much, Alicia. We don't have any more public comment, either written or in voice?
We do not, Mayor.
Okay. All right, so we will now close public comment.
Mayor, I'm sorry. Looks like a caller by the last name Garza has raised their hand.
Okay.
Caller, you may unmute yourself to speak. They hung up, Mayor.
No.
No, here they are.
Are they still there?
They're still here. No, there we go.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody, or good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
The question I had with it is going through MBS. Do we have a contract with MBS, or was it a bid? Because I do a lot of work with a bunch of landfills, so that's why I was trying to figure out if you guys were contracted out, or was it a highest bid? And
Mr. Rodriguez?
You can.
Arnoldo?
Mayor, I'm going to defer to Vicky Crow, who's most familiar with the bid process.
Mr. Rodriguez, I recommend that all the questions by each speaker and all the comments be completed and then responses made. Otherwise, it becomes a dialogue.
Are we going to respond to his question now?
We asked Mr. Garza to complete his comments and questions, and then the responses will be provided.
My main question is through the city, did you take open bids for the landfill for all your residential and everything needs, or did you just contract through one company? As in, that's what the bid was for, correct? For the proposal of MBS's rates? And that was my question. Is it contracted out through this company, or are you guys taking open bids for other landfills?
Mr. Garza, I'm going to attempt to answer your question, and I'm probably not the most knowledgeable. Maybe Vicky or someone from NBS is, but NBS was contracted by the city. The city released a request for proposals. The city received several bids to prepare the study. The city selected NBS to prepare the study. That happened around, I'm going to say, a year and a half ago.
Okay. Did they release any of those records through the city or anything for residential or commercial?
Mr. City Manager, if I may, I think legal counsel had requested that we allow the gentleman to finish his questioning and his public comment so that we can then address the comments, because then it becomes a dialogue.
He said that was his last comment.
Mainly my other question was, is it public record of these other bids or were they closed?
If I may, Vicki Crow, Finance Department. I just will say MBS is just our consultant for the study itself. It has nothing to do with garbage disposal or those kind of fees at all. It is simply to conduct the study. And it was a competitive bid for the study.
And were these public records or no?
Sir, I believe you said that was going to be your last question, so we'll go ahead and respond to that. All bids after a contract is awarded in an RFP process, everything becomes public. And with respect to bids, which are for public works construction, everything becomes public as soon as the bids are open. So they are public records that can be requested.
Thank you.
Do we have any further comments on Zoom, Alicia?
We do, Mayor. Phone number ending 2767. Please enter *6 to unmute and speak, please. Thank you. Caller, phone number ending 2767. Your hand is raised to speak. If you wish to speak, please press *6 to unmute and speak.
Can you hear me? This is Wayne Padilla.
Yes, Mr. Padilla.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, this is very confusing on this end, trying to unmute. I just want to follow up. So I submitted the questions. I've not heard responses to those questions, so I'm wondering if those will be forthcoming before you close public hearing.
If you want to, you could, are you saying that you submitted written requests for comment?
Yes, those were my written questions that were submitted previously.
Okay. Alicia, do you have those in front of you?
They've been read, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Questions have been asked, and once the public hearing is closed, more responses will be provided.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else, Alicia?
I have no written comments, Mayor, no one on Zoom, and no one in the council chamber.
Alrighty. Okay, we will now close public comments. Again, if there are any written protests or ballots that have not been turned in, they must be given to the city clerk for counting at this time. Ballots will not be accepted once the hearing is closed. Now, are there any questions or comments from members of the council, of my colleagues at this time, or do you wish to reserve your questions or comments until after the tally?
You want to wait till after? Mr. Mayor, we'll wait until after.
Already?
There were some questions I think that Mr. Padilla submitted in writing that staff or the consultants can respond to.
In terms of Commissioner Padilla's questions, I'll have to defer to NBS staff as it's outside of my wheelhouse.
If I may, Vicki Crow, Finance Department, I have those questions and my email, and we have responded to some of them and partial, and we will continue with the dialogue and feedback to Mr. Padilla.
Thank you very much.
Do you have any responses right now?
I have already provided responses for those questions earlier, and evidently we need to do a little more research. So.
Okay. I will now close the Proposition 218 public hearing. Alicia, before we recess this agenda item for tabulation of the Proposition 218 protests and ballots, has the city received written protests or ballots?
The city has received written protest or ballots, and they are in the box here in the council chambers. The counting will take place in the lobby, and the process is open to the public, Mayor. Okay, thank you very much. At this time, we will recess this agenda item while the city clerk tabulates the ballots regarding the Proposition 218 assessments and tabulates the protests received regarding the annual assessments. Members of the public may observe the protest and ballot count in the lobby. While the ballots are being counted, the city council will consider other agenda items unless the council wishes to wait. After the tally count is completed, the deputy city clerk will return with the results. We will now move on to item C2, public hearing to approve the Community Development Block Grant CDBG 2022-2023 Action Plan Final Funding Allocations and Subrecipient Agreements, including an updated recommendation of allocated funds towards McNally Park. I believe, Ms. Zuniga, you have this item?
I do, Mayor. Let me share my screen. Okay. Can everybody see my screen okay?
Yes.
Okay, yes. Thank you. Okay, good evening, Mayor, council members. I am, there it goes. Okay, I am going to have a short presentation. We have a follow-up public hearing for our CDBG 2022-2023 Action Plan Funding Allocation. I think I walked really fast. Okay. The objective of the public hearing is so that council can receive input from the public as well as the Block Grant Commission on how to utilize the allocated $982,010 of CDBG 2022-2023 Action Plan funding. The public hearing also allows council the opportunity to make final determinations for the allocations. Here's a summary of the applications received and the amounts that are being asked across the different funding categories. For administration, $184,402 is the maximum that can be allocated. There is a 20% maximum that can be allocated from CDBG allotments annually. The requested amount was in $204,402. For public service, which also has a 15% maximum, $138,302 was the maximum that could be allocated. We received applications totaling $433,986. For capital projects, public improvements, there is no maximum for this funding category. So the remaining balance from the allocation for this year was $599,306. We received 2 applications initially totaling $50,000. The current year allocation, as mentioned, it was in the amount, or is in the amount of $922,010. We had $60,000 that rolled over from in capital funding that rolled over from the 21-22 CDBG funding cycle. In total, you can see here the requested grant amount is for this year is in the amount of $688,388. As a recap from this, when we met on June 15th during the council meeting, we brought forward Block Grant Commission funding proposals. At that time, there was $164,402 that was being requested to be allocated to the city of Madera under the administration funding category. During the last meeting, City Council agreed with the Block Grant Commission in that same amount. For a Community Action Partnership in Madera County, the Continuum of Care project, the recommendation was to fund them at $20,000. Council agreed at the $20,000 requested amount. The tentative public service allocations. The Big Brothers Big Sisters of Central California, their application was not recommended for funding by the Block Grant Commission. City Council agreed with that recommendation. Therefore, there is no recommended funding proposal for Big Brothers Big Sisters. Madera Coalition for Community Justice, their rental assistance project. The recommendation was to fund them at $30,000. Council agreed tentatively to fund them at $34,000. The Coalition for Community Justice street art project. The recommendation from the Block Grant Commission was to not fund this project. However, the City Council proposed a tentative allocation of $5,000 for this project. The Madera Rescue Mission Homeless Services Program, the Block Grant recommendation was to fund them at $34,500. The City Council tentative allocation is for $32,500. The Olive Charitable Organization, the Block Grant Commission recommendation was to fund them at $37,400. The City Council recommendation is to fund at $35,400. Pequeños Empresarios, the Block Grant recommendation was to fund them at $10,000, and the City Council agreed with the Block Grant Commission and they are being recommended to fund at $10,000. The City of Madera Parks and Community Services, Madera Senior Nutrition and Recreation Programs. The Block Grant recommendation was to fund this project at $26,401.50. During the last meeting, the council agreed to fund them at $21,401.50. This concludes the public service recommended allocations. The total amount being moving forward is the $138,301.50. And this is just a summary of all of the public service applications that were received and the recommended allocation. As mentioned, there were 2 applications received during the application process for capital public improvements for that funding category. One of them was from the city engineering department in the amount of $25,000, which was to fund a front counter, to make it ADA compliant. City Council agreed with the recommendation from the Block Grant Committee and moved forward to fund at $25,000. The Public Works Department submitted an application for a beautification project, and the Block Grant Commission recommended a fund at $25,000. City Council agreed with the allocation of $25,000. Since our last meeting, we discussed the remaining capital balance of $609,307. There was discussion to allocate the remaining balance towards the McNally Park project. We discussed this so that we would write this into our action plan versus leaving an open-ended projects for this funding allocation. There had been discussions both at the Block Grant Commission and brief discussion during our last council meeting that the McNally Park project is in need of some enhancements. Therefore, staff considered that that proposing this project could be good use of these funds, barring council approval. McNally Park, as mentioned, is in need of repairs. Depending on the funding available, improvements may include play structures, water fountain, and basketball courts. Following the closing of the last public hearing period, another public hearing has to be opened, which is what we are doing today. During the previous public review period, there were no comments received. The public review and comment period expired at 5 p.m. on July 16th, 2022. So next steps is the request for council to open this public hearing, request that council determine the final funding allocation, adopt resolutions approving the community development block grant subrecipient agreement, and consequently staff will submit the 2022-2023 annual action plan to HUD. That concludes my presentation, and I will answer any questions or that council may have.
Thank you very much, Marcela. We now open the public comment on this item. Alicia, do we have anybody in the office that wishes to speak on this?
We do, Mayor. They're approaching the podium now.
Alrighty, thank you.
Good evening. My name is April Molina. I'm the director of Olive Charitable Organization. And I just came up here to thank you guys, specifically Councilmember Gallegos, Montez, and Rodriguez, who voted last month to keep the funding as it was. We did get $2,000 knocked off, but we still appreciate the chunk that we are getting. I will say that the ladies that we house are victims of serious sexual crimes. They have a lot of trauma. We have one that is actually dying. She may not make it. She has stage 4 liver cirrhosis. She's 35 years old. So just understand that when you pull money from certain organizations, it does tend to ding us a little bit. Now I expect the other 4 to be at our next fundraiser. So bring your check. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
My name is Cynthia Ortegon. I'm with the ADA Advisory Council for the City of Madera. Been doing it since 2006. And I just wanted to thank all of you for funding these CBDG awards. One thing that I found out last week by going to an ARC meeting, with ARC is, I think, Heartland used to be, is now changed its name to ARC. Is that what I understand? So I went to one of their meetings, and you're doing some work at McNally Park. And one of the things they mentioned that I never thought of was that they have a lot of adults who are disabled, and they take them to different events and so forth. And during that time, they have to use the bathroom and change their diapers or something. They are advocating right now for adult changing tables in bathrooms, public bathrooms, like at beaches, parks, so forth, so that they don't have to take that person back to the office, get them cleaned up and bring them back in. It's a matter of dignity, safety, and so forth. So when you do work with the McNally program or McNally Park and do updating the bathroom and so forth, if you can consider that, we'd all appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alicia, do we have any further public comment?
We do not, Mayor. No written public comment, and there are no callers on Zoom.
Thank you very much. I'll now close public comment. Bring it back to my colleagues for questions or comments.
No questions? Oh.
Mr. Mayor, if there's no further comments or questions from this council, I would move to approve item C2.
I second it.
Was that you, Ms. Gallegos? Second? Nope. It was Ms. Evans?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Motion to approve item C2 by Councilmember Rodriguez, second by Mayor Pro Tem Evans. Alicia, would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Gallegos?
No.
Councilmember Rodriguez?
Yes.
Councilmember Montes?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Evans?
Yes.
Councilmember Mejia?
Yes.
Councilmember Villegas?
Yes.
Mayor Garcia?
Yes.
Motion passes with 6 yes votes and 1 no vote by Councilmember Gallegos.
Thank you very much. We will now move on to item C3, public hearing to consider declaration of nuisances and abatement order for overgrown weeds. I believe, Ms. Mendoza, you have this item?
Yes.
Claudia?
Yes, I am right here. Okay, good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Claudia Mendoza. I am the Neighborhood Preservation Supervisor, and before you is the public hearing to consider declaration of nuisances, abatement order, and overgrown weeds. Oh, it is not? Oh, I apologize.
It's pretty finicky.
Oh. Appreciate that. Thank you so much, City Manager.
I can see your screen, Claudia.
Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay. Actually didn't change. I apologize. Yeah, it's okay. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Is it? Oh, there it is. There we go. Sorry about that. So the City of Madera Code Enforcement coordinates an annual weed abatement program throughout the city. The purpose of the weed abatement program is to prevent fire hazards created by vegetative growth and the accumulation of combustible debris through voluntary compliance. The program also is strictly for vacant lots to make sure that the weeds and brush do not become a fire hazard to the surrounding properties. Properties not in compliance will be subject to enforcement and abated by the city contractor at the owner's expense. Fenced properties or properties with structures are not part of the weed abatement program. However, if a property has dry, overgrown vegetation, it will be addressed as a public nuisance. So why is weed abatement important? It prevents fires, protects the health and safety of the public, it keeps the right-of-ways accessible, prevents damages to abutting properties, discourages illegal dumping, reduces blight within our city. The weed abatement code states that the owner, the lessee, occupants, or responsible parties of any parcel or real property within the city limits shall be required to abate the violation at his or her own expense within the time period stipulated on the notice of violation. All weeds, dirt, rubbish, brush, and rank growth of any kind on private property or on any alley, street, public right-of-way within the city shall be removed. And after the expiration of the time period provided to correct the violation and the owner has not corrected the violation, the city council may thereafter direct the city administrator or his/her designee to abate the violations at the sole expense and responsibility of the property owner. Okay, so the process is we research, so that includes us, checking to see if the property ownership has changed, if the city annexed any new properties. It also includes if any properties have been developed. So every year we update our listing to show that. This year there was 440 properties that we looked into and determined whether or not it was for this program. Inspections began in April. On May 15th, all properties that were not in compliance were mailed a 45-day notice of violation. Re-inspections were conducted throughout the months of June and July. If properties continued to be in violation, they were issued administrative citations. So today's public hearing will determine if we move forward with abatement If approved, code enforcement will proceed with hiring a contractor to abate weeds, rubbish, and property owners will, in addition to the contractor fees, will be charged $250. If they do not pay, a lien may be placed on the property. So the following are properties that did not comply. So there's 18 of them. This first one is a 4.3 acre lot. It's located at Tozier and Clinton behind the Crossroads Shopping Center. The property owner is local. We did attempt to contact the property owner by phone, and this particular property was issued a $100 citation. But just please note, all property owners, we did send a notice of violation. We did send a public hearing notice. We sent citations. We attempted to call them. So we've made several attempts to reach out to them and let them know not only of the violation, but of this hearing. So the next property is a 0.14 acre lot. It's located at East Yosemite near Tozier, across the street from the Crossroads Shopping Center. We attempted to contact the property owner as well with no response. This also was issued a $100 citation. Okay. So this vacant property is 0.17 acre. It's located on Southeast Street between 9th and Olive. The property owner is local and owns the adjoining 7 lots. We contacted him. He stated he would take care by the end of yesterday, which as of this afternoon, it remains in violation. Citation was issued for this property as well. And to the other properties, as you can see, it's the same property owner on these lots. So the property owner is out of Merced on this 724 South A Street. And they were also issued a $100 citation. We attempted to make contact. Unfortunately, we had no response. Same with this one. It's owned by the same property owner. This property owner is out of Fresno. We attempted to make contact with as well by phone with no response. This property is located on the corner of Cleveland and Austin. And I actually got a hold of a relative of the property owner, and they live in Pebble Beach. They did get the notices, and they said they would take care of it as soon as possible. However, today it was still in violation. This particular property is a continual problem. We evaded it several times, and we had made attempts to get a hold of them as well. Unfortunately, no response. So this property owner owns the last 4 properties. We did attempt to reach out to them. They are out of Houston, California. Unfortunately, we've had no response with them as well. Okay, so that concludes the presentation. I do recommend that after the public hearing that the council adopt the resolution moving forward with the abatement, and if there's no other questions by council, if the mayor can open the public hearing so we can hear any objections.
Thank you, Claudia. Alicia, do we have any public comment on this item?
We have no one on Zoom, Mayor, and I've not received any written public comment. Okay. And there's no one in the council chambers. Oh, we have Ms. Ortegon who would like to present public comment.
Okay.
One moment.
Thank you. I think we're all concerned about these weeds because of the fire hazards and what happened in the river. I just have a real quick thing. I know there's a group in Madera called Love Madera. And in my neighborhood, there's a lot of people who have weeds in their whole front yards and side yards are weeds, and they're just foxtails. And I know that's something on a large scale that the city maybe not handle, but it is a concern for the animals in the neighborhood, the dogs and cats and so forth. And I guess even kids. The foxtails kind of get in their ears and cause a lot of infections and stuff. So I was wondering if anyone can contact Love Madera and ask them if they can do a program where somebody could go in and mow their lawn. I understand they don't want to water their lawns. I appreciate that because it's just wasting water. But if somebody could go in and mow the lawns for them, get those foxtails down so they don't continue to grow every year. It's just really ugly and they're weeds. Thank you.
Hi, I'm April Molina. I'm also with Love Madera. So I'm really glad you brought that up because I was actually talking with one of my associates today about contacting code enforcement and having a project on October 1st for that purpose. And so I'll get your number before we leave tonight, and we can certainly have, unless there's a privacy issue, we have to figure all that out because I don't break laws. At least I try not to, unless I'm speeding. Dino left, right? So anyway, but I would love to do that. It's one that I've always wanted to do. I just could never get the manpower behind it. But I think that people are coming out of COVID and they're done being bored. So it'll be great. Another thing too is I live in the county and I have a $250 fine if my property is not disked by May 1st. And the county is very serious about it because of fire issues. And eventually, if I don't disk my property, the fire department jumps in and they offer a large fine as well. So, I think that the city could make it a little more substantial and might get people out with a lawnmower to even a weed eater. I mean, anything works, right? Pull weeds? No, I don't do that. Anyway, but I will get your name and phone number before we exit the building tonight for sure. Thank you guys. Just throwing that out there.
Alicia, do we have any further public comment?
We do not, Mayor.
Thank you very much. I will now close public comment and bring it back to my colleagues for comments or questions.
So I have a question, I guess. Mayor, sorry, I'm just jumping in. Do we put those on the Who Is This Wednesday? The people? They're just to kind of
that could be arranged.
No? Just a question.
No, we did not.
Are there any further comments? If not, then I will, Ms. Mejia.
Yes, I would like to know the timeline for the process and what about like how long it takes from when they get the notice to, like, how long do they have to do this?
Notice of violations were sent out in May. They were given a 45-day notice of violation, and that expired on, I believe it was June 26th. So we did not issue any citations until after that date. We also sent them a public hearing notice. And so it's been more than 60 days since the notices were sent to today when the public hearing is happening. So property owners have been given adequate time to remove the blight and weeds from their vacant lots.
Thank you, Claudia. And I'd like to suggest, why don't you remove your weeds Wednesday?
Any further comments from my colleagues?
No, sir.
Then we will move on. If someone would like to make a motion to either approve or disapprove item C3.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve item C3.
Second.
Motion to approve item C3 by Councilmember Montes, second by Councilmember Gallegos. Alicia, would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Gallegos?
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez?
Yes.
Councilmember Montes?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Evans?
Yes.
Councilmember Mejia?
Yes.
Councilmember Villegas?
Yes.
And Mayor Garcia?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now move on to item D, petitions, bids, resolutions, ordinances, and agreements. Item D1 is the designation of a stakeholder group to participate in a high road transition collaborative for the Community Economic Resiliency Fund program, CERF. I believe, Sarah?
I'm sorry, Mayor, if I may, the recommendation calls for adopt a resolution, and this is actually adopt a minute order for the record.
Are we talking about D1?
Yes, for D1, the recommendation on this item is to adopt a resolution. There's not a resolution for this item. Rather, it would just be to adopt a minute order approving it.
Okay. Do we have any public comment on this item, Alicia?
America, we do have a staff presentation if that would be appropriate.
Absolutely.
Last Monday night, myself, Councilmember Mejia, and Councilmember Rodriguez were fortunate to attend a late night meeting at CAPMC, where we were notified that approximately $600 million in state grants is available to our area. In terms of our area, I mean Madera County, Fresno County, and Tulare and Kings County, if memory serves me. However, the local region does have to have a governing board before we can apply for any potential funding. So with that, Sarah Boss and her team were helping organize Madera County. Unfortunately, Sarah is on vacation, or fortunately for her, but unfortunately for us. So with that, I did ask Rico to attend tonight's meeting. He's with United Way, and he's going to provide council with a little bit of background in terms of where we're at. But the goal of tonight is for the council to assign someone from the city, and that person can be either a council member, it can be staff. It's largely at the discretion of the council. In terms of commitments, time-wise, I think right now it's probably a little premature to speculate what that entails. But with that, I'm going to turn it over to Rico, come from United Way, who's assisting the city. And so with that, thank you very much, Rico, for helping us out.
Yeah, thanks for that, Mr. Rodriguez, and good evening, Mayor Garcia, council members. Again, Rico Peralta, United Way, Fresno, Madera counties. And, every time I sit through one of these council meetings and, I see how much you have on the agenda, how many irons city leaders have in the fire. I just want to express how grateful I am for your leadership. And I think in that light, I want to be brief. I did have some materials I wanted to share for all of you to reference on this SERF, Community Economic Resilience Fund, and this process. But I think it'd probably be best if I just shed light, as a 20-year advocate and organizer for programs and services in Madera County, a 5-year resident while I went to school to get my undergrad at State. I'm really excited about this opportunity with SERF. As Mr. Rodriguez had pointed out, $600 million being allocated from the state for 13 regional, committees or organizing groups. You have the Central San Joaquin Valley consisting of Tulare, Kings, Fresno, and Madera counties. And we are well on our way to developing a coalition of the willing in Madera County. And that is why I'm here this evening to request a letter of support, a partnership agreement from the city of Madera to make sure that the city's needs and interests are represented in one of the caucuses for local government. So let me, if I could share my screen, I'll just briefly give you kind of a high level view of what SERF is. And yes, I do have sharing rights. Forgive my messy desktop here. The spreadsheet that I was just perusing there, we are looking to develop 7 caucuses as mandated by the state for this SERF initiative. And across those 7 caucuses, of which, if I could just describe what they are: labor and worker voice, employers, business associations, and economic development organizations, education, workforce training, local government, where we're seeking the city of Madera's support and partnership, local tribes. So we've got outreach to all 7 tribes in Madera County, environmental justice, and for those of you that are virtual and you're your gallery is covering the last one. That is us, the community-based organizations, community voice, and grassroots organizations. And I'm pleased to report that as of this evening, in the sheet that I was referencing, we have 18 of our 35 stakeholder groups to be represented in the 7 caucuses here that have signed and submitted the partnership agreements. And, we're kind of on a tight turnaround. Sadly, we're having to sprint toward this application process. It's due on the 25th. But what's really exciting about this opportunity, and one that I haven't seen in any time of service in our county and our valley, is that it is going to underwrite a planning process to develop a solid, locally grown, locally owned economic development plan for 2 years, for a 2-year process that is consensus building across sectors and stakeholder groups, and would be informed to develop governing structure, decision-making processes. And so it's very exciting, because I know perhaps everybody in space, on the dais, on the call, has participated in planning processes, but perhaps there weren't any resources behind it to get from planning to implementation. And what's great about this SURF initiative from the state of California is that we would have a 2-year planning process that would be underwritten, and a 20-year implementation plan to execute on what strategic activities are informed by our research and development as a group. So tight turnaround on submitting the application. For local conveners, I'll be joined United Way, Fresno Madera County, by friends and colleagues from Madera like Jorge De Nava, Central Valley Opportunity Center, Sarah Boss, Stephanie Nathan, and the team at Madera County Department of Public Health, as well as local conveners. And my colleague from Central Valley Community Foundation that was on the gallery here on the Zoom, but had to exit here, Karen Aceves. They're going to be the proposed fiscal sponsor, as well as the regional convener across all 4 counties. So we're working, across this coalition to submit the strongest proposal to get this funding for our valley and for Madera County residents. So with that, like I said, planning phase 2 years, 2 decades for implementation. And I know certain council members have sat through some of the convenings that we've had locally, stakeholder groups, roundtables, whether virtual or in person. Mr. Rodriguez and some other city leaders were in attendance. So if there are any questions, happy to answer those that are within my purview.
Lisa, do we have any public comment on this item?
Mayor, I have no written public comment, and there are no callers on Zoom, and no one in the chamber.
Mr. Mayor, we have Mr. Rodriguez.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So thank you again, Rico, and thank you, City Manager Rodriguez and Councilmember Mejia. I apologize. I'm having a blank there, drawing a blank. Anyhow, I attended the portion of the SURF introduction during lunch, and I also try to attend that through the Zoom in the evening. Fortunately, I think you guys broke into groups and I couldn't really participate. But anyhow, Arnoldo, you brought up a good point, and you said it was premature to really just kind of give us a brief overview of what the commitment you need. I mean, it's a 2-year granting process for a 20-year implementation. So I know that this particular type of commitment, I'm not sure if it's something that you're meeting monthly, weekly. Is that something that you can highlight, Mr. Peralta or Arnoldo?
Allow me to continue to refer to Rico. He probably knows a lot more about it than I do, if that's okay, Rico.
Yeah, and these will all be locally driven decisions about the governing and the decision-making process, how often we convene, even something in terms of grants to those participating agencies in the caucuses to defray the costs of time and travel and inconvenience in participating in a 2-year process. So all of these things would be determined by that across those 7 caucuses and the membership. But in terms of commitment at this point is we want to submit the strongest proposal for and with Madera County and the rest of the central San Joaquin Valley constituents on this application with Central Valley Community Foundation. So support from local government entities. So we're seeking Madera, Chowchilla County, and some Eastern Madera County representation. So that's really where we're at this point.
Yeah, and maybe let me clear my question. So the item before us is to adopt the minute order to designate a member to serve as a stakeholder. So if we appoint a member, what does that constitute for that member as far as commitment? I mean, is it, and that's kind of where I was getting to, because I want to make sure, typically something of this nature, because it's not necessarily relation to the city of Madera, but more so to the region of these counties that you mentioned. I would be very open to possibly a staff member. In this case, some economic development director, but we don't have one. So I would suggest a staff member that could potentially help, fill that void where what do we need in our region? What kind of economic development do we need around our communities, especially in our region? Because you're not looking at this more central to the city of Madera, but rather regional. And I would certainly feel comfortable with someone from staff or even an elected member that would like to take on that. But I know that it may require a dedicated commitment to fulfilling those obligations that you have before us.
And if I might expound a little bit to offer, I don't want to get too specific. I'll speak hypothetically and kind of nuance, because again, these are to be informed and decided by the group, not us as the conveners or facilitators of the process. But I would say that any partner participating across the caucuses would be able to determine, the course, whether or not it's an individual or if it's by a coalition, by proxy throughout the two-year cycle. But I just I hope that this body understands and the implications of being able to develop and define and designate a process that is Madera driven for Madera with Madera, as opposed to what I've seen, and I know many of you have seen as well, if it's state driven or regional, and it's not something that is for us by us. And that's what's got us across this coalition so excited.
Thank you, Mr. Peralta. Those are my questions, Mr. Mayor.
Are there any further comments or questions from my colleagues?
Yes, Mr. Montez.
Yeah, I have a question, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So we are going to approve a minute order today, and does that have to name the person, or can we say we're going to have two people and they can be named later? Because it sounds like what Councilmember Rodriguez was asking is the time commitment, which is not known yet, right? So where are we going to meet? How often are we going to meet? Because that could impact who can be there. So can we move forward that way today? Say we will have a designee and an alternate, but just not name them today?
I think you can. I think it's basically asking you for a buy-in into this process. And once you say yes, then all the details can be worked out
later.
Okay.
So I think that would probably be better. And then once everything starts getting filled out and we have better information, somebody who can say, hey, I'm going to be there twice a week in another county, right? That sounds like where you're going, right, Mr. Peralta? Twice a week.
Yeah, the analogy I'm using is, it's time to get everybody on the bus, and once and if funded, determining if everybody's seated in the right place, if we've got the right representative from any agency that's committed to the process. So yeah, I appreciate that clarification from council.
I mean, for me, it's not a problem. I think that we can say, hey, we want to be part of the conversation. We want to be at the table. So I think move forward with that, but not actually naming anybody today. Those are my comments.
If there are no further comments, I'll accept the motion.
Mr. Mayor, just one last question. I'm sorry. And my understanding is that we have $600 million that's being that's a competitive funding throughout the you said 13
regions.
13 regions. Okay. So, I mean, I'd hate to break it down in 13, but when it's competitive, it means that any one region is not guaranteed an equal portion, right?
That's correct. No guarantees of funding. 100 million of that 600 million is being dedicated for planning process, which is the 2 years, and each of the regions can be funded for up to 5 million. So I think, you know, you're going to see a lot of competitive proposals across the 13 regions, and even right here in our own Central Valley, if it's broken up by region or county. But yeah, it's an important thing to keep in mind that nothing here is guaranteed.
Well, it is a minute order, and I move to approve item D1 of that minute order to designate a maybe 2 members and leave that blank. Bring that back when we've been able to determine what that commitment time is.
And I will second that.
Motion to approve item D1 by Councilmember Rodriguez, second by Councilmember Montes. Alicia, would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Gallegos?
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez?
Yes.
Councilmember Montes?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Evans?
Yes.
Councilmember Mejia?
Yes.
Councilmember Villegas?
Yes.
And Mayor Garcia?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that report. We now move on to item D2, designation of a voting delegate and alternates for the League of California Cities 2022 annual conference. Mr. Rodriguez, do you have this item?
Yes, I do, Mayor. Thank you very much. The item before council this evening is a request to designate a voting delegate from the city of Madera, and then also assigning a delegate. Or an alternate should the individual not be able to attend. As council is aware, every either September or October, the League of California Cities has their 3-day conference, typically in Long Beach or in Sacramento. This year it's going to be in Long Beach. And every year prior to the meeting, the city can, it's not mandatory, assign a voting delegate and an alternate. It's completely up to the council. At last year's meeting, it was last year's meeting, Mayor Pro Tem Evans was the city's voting delegate. The items that you'll be voting on have not been released, but it's typically 1 or 2 items. Last year's was a little bit more controversial. It had to do with how sales tax was allocated throughout the state. My understanding is that issue has not been resolved at the state level, and that's why we have not heard anything. Prior to that, some of the items 2 years ago, it had to do with surface water between California and Mexico. And so the issues vary. Some of them directly impact the city of Madera. Some may not directly impact, but maybe impact from afar. So with that being said, it's up to the city council this evening if council would like to appoint a delegate and an alternate should the delegate be unable to attend. So with that, I'll turn it back over to the council.
So if you're taking nominations, I'll nominate.
Lisa, do we have any public comment on this item?
We do not, Mayor. There's no one with their hand raised on Zoom, no written public comment, and no one in the council chambers approaching the podium.
Okay. We'll now ask for public comments or questions from my colleagues.
It doesn't look like there's any questions, Mayor, but
just like to nominate.
Yeah. So
that's fine.
Would like to nominate Councilwoman Gallegos.
I second the motion.
And as an alternate, Councilwoman Mejia.
I second the motion.
Motion and a second.
And as the second alternate, I'd like to nominate.
He nominated Mejia.
Isn't there two alternates?
Oh, yeah.
It calls for 2 alternates. So that second alternate, then I would call on Councilmember Steve Montes.
Yes. And I second that as well.
I accept that nomination. Thank you. Graciously.
So right now we have council members Gallegos, Mejia, and Montes. Is that correct?
Yes.
We have a first and then we have the 2 seconds.
Two alternates.
Two alternates.
Mayor, we have Councilmember Mejia with her hand raised.
Councilmember Mejia?
I would like to thank you for considering me for the nomination. I am trying to look up the dates to see. I respectfully decline because I will not be able to be a part of the first day.
It's Friday. The meeting's on Friday.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think I may be confusing it. What are the dates again? I'm sorry.
7th, 8th, and 9th.
Yeah, and the meeting I think is on the 9th, if I'm incorrect.
September.
Correct. So September 7th, 8th, and 9th, and the voting occurs on Friday afternoon, September the 9th.
I accept the nomination. Thank you.
Very good. Congratulations.
We have a motion to for item D2 to accept the to have a Councilwoman Gallegos and a Councilwoman Mejia to be delegates to the voting delegates to the League of Cities. Alicia, would you call the roll, please?
So, Mr. Mayor, should
I
I
thought we had to-
reiterate that there is one delegate member that votes, right? And that's going to be, we nominated and there was a second for Councilwoman Gallegos. The two alternates are Councilmember Mejia and Councilmember Montes.
Correct.
Just wanted to clarify that for the record.
All right. Would you call the roll, please, Alicia?
Councilmember Gallegos?
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez?
Yes.
Councilmember Montes?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Evans?
Yes.
Councilmember Mejia?
Yes.
Councilmember Villegas?
Yes.
And Mayor Garcia?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
All righty. Thank you very much. We now move on to item D3, calling for and giving notice of the holding of a general municipal election to be held on November 8, 2022 for the election of city council members for districts 1, 3, and 5, and requested that the Madera County clerk render specified election services. Do you have this item, Alicia?
I do, Mayor. Thank you. I'm pulling up the PowerPoint now. That didn't work. Bear with me.
The screen was up, I believe.
Oh, I did. Almost there. There we go.
Okay.
Mayor and Council, this evening, my presentation is, as mentioned, calling for and giving notice of a general municipal election to be held this November 8th, 2022 for districts 1, 3, and 5. Little bit of background. Members of the City Council serve 4-year terms. The term of office for members elected to serve districts 1, 3, and 5 are scheduled to expire the first council meeting in December of this year. And pursuant to California Elections Code, the city must file a resolution with the County Board of Supervisors at least 88 days prior to the date of election, which is this August 12th, 2022. The resolution being presented today calls for and requests consolidation of the city's general election with the statewide election to be held on November 8th, 2022, and that the Madera County clerk conduct the election. The cost for the election services for the 3 council seat is estimated to be $120,000. The amount is included in the adopted budget for the 2022 and 23 fiscal year. However, should the cost exceed the estimated amount, staff will prepare a budget amendment. This evening, staff is requesting that council adopt this resolution, calling for and requesting the consolidation of the city's general election with the statewide election on November 8th, 2022 for the election of council members for districts 1, 3, and 5, and requesting that the Madera County Clerk render specified election services relating to the conduct of the election. That would conclude this evening's presentation, Mayor. And I'm open for any questions.
Thank you very much. Do we have any public comment on this item?
There's no one present in the council chambers, Mayor. And give me one moment while I return to my seat.
And there's no one on Zoom.
Thank you very much, Mark. I will now close public comment on this item and bring it back to my colleagues for questions or comments.
We have none.
Thank you very much. Then I'll accept the motion on item.
So move to approve D3 as presented.
Second.
Motion to approve item D3 by Councilwoman Gallegos, second by Councilmember Montes. Alicia, would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Gallegos?
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez?
Yes.
Councilmember Montes?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Evans?
Yes.
Councilmember Mejia?
Yes.
Councilmember Villegas?
Yes.
Mayor Garcia?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. We will now move on to item D4, provide an update on the progress of the Madera Transit Plan and request approval to enter into a Phase 2 agreement with the WSP USA, Inc. I believe, Mr. Kingsley, you have this item?
Actually, Mayor, I'll be taking on this item. So good evening, Mayor and Council.
Okay, David is here. Okay, go ahead, David.
Okay, let me. Okay. All right. So for this item here, it would be the Madera Transit Plan update and the request to approve an agreement with WSP USA Inc. for Phase 2 of the Madera Transit Plan. History. So June 18, 2020, the city was awarded $100,000 through the Caltrans Sustainable Transportation Planning Grant for the development of the Madera Transit Plan. April 21st, 2021, Council adopted a resolution approving the agreement with WSP USA for the transit consulting services for the development of the Madera Transit Plan. For this project here, the scope of work, the MTP includes the development of transit service design standards, the evaluation of all fixed route systems and efficiencies, the redesigning and restructuring of Madera Metro's fixed route transit system, and then also for this project, expected outcomes. The MTP will assist the city in offering transit services that are efficient and desirable. The MTP will include redesigning and restructuring its three fixed routes, updated schedules, improved headway times, reduced mile travels, and extended service boundaries and hours of operation. How is this plan delivered? The MTP will be delivered in 2 key phases. Phase 1 is a research and development of guidelines and principles, standardized practices to assist the city's transit system, and the recommendations for the redesigning and restructuring of the city's transit system. Phase 2 is the continued redesigning and restructuring through public outreach, community engagement, and the implementation of Madera Metro's newly designed fixed route system. So that was the first introduction for Phase 1 of the update here. As far as the presentation itself, I'd like to pass it over to Lauren Shore, who is the project lead for WSP. So I'll stop sharing my screen and then pass it over to Lauren at this point.
Thanks, David. Let me get my screen up. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Great. Good evening, everyone, city council members. My name is Lauren Choi. I am with WSP. I am the project manager working on the Madera Transit Plan. David very graciously gave an introduction to myself. I'm also joined by my colleagues in supporting this project, Eric Bird and Spencer Yeager. Eric, who is also on this call tonight. Presentation tonight, I'll go over the project background, the first phase of the Madera Transit Plan, and give you an update on our current status and the work we've done to date. I'll give a preview of phase 2, and I'll talk about our next steps. So in our project background, David gave a brief overview of what the Madera Transit Plan is looking to do. And briefly, we are looking at an in-depth review of the Madera fixed route system. So we're looking at the routes as well as the bus stops in themselves. And why are we doing this? We want to look to see where we can gain some improvements in how the routes are run. Can we make them shorter? Can we make them faster? Can we have folks spend less time on the bus to get to their destinations? So where are these areas of improvement? And then how can these improvements look to increase ridership? Can we make the transit system more competitive against the car? Can we make it so that folks consider taking transit for their travel needs? Lastly, we'll look to identify what kinds of changes those are, and those will be things we'll explore more in phase 2. So how are we doing this? We are looking at how the routes are structured themselves. Where do they go? Where do they stop? What places do they visit? What kinds of industry best practices are applicable here in Madera? Transit planning is broadly done similarly across the nation. And then when you take into the context each of the local communities is where things differ. So what about Madera can we do to make transit work better for the community? In addition, we also want to make sure that we're hearing feedback from both the stakeholders, the different government agencies, as well as the community in how people perceive and use the system. The outcomes we're looking to, for phase 1, make some preliminary route recommendations on how we can restructure them, as well as bus stop locations, and then provide what we're calling service design guidelines, which is a blueprint essentially for growth and change over time, so that as Madera Metro grows, we have a basis for how we can implement new routes consistently over time. As I mentioned, there's 2 phases to the work. For the last year, we've been focused on phase 1, and we're looking to wrap that up at the end of this month. Phase 2 will start immediately after that, and we will be taking the proposed recommendations you'll be seeing tonight through a robust public outreach. We have a series of proposed events and activities to really make the community aware of what our thoughts are and get feedback on the proposals. We'll then refine them, finalize them, and then create an implementation plan towards the end of the year with an eye towards looking at implementing the new service in the spring of 2023. The next 2 slides, I'll talk about what this phase 1 has done. So there's 4 main categories where we've structured our work. The first is analyzing the existing network and really understanding what the baseline is for how Madera Metro is operated. Then the second is looking at what kind of best practices from transit planning we will look to implement here in Madera. The third is the stakeholder coordination and outreach activities that we've done over the past year. And the fourth is the parallel effort with the community outreach. Excuse me. A brief look at the timeline. David mentioned we started in June of 2021. Over the last year, we've held a series of meetings with the stakeholder agencies. We held a community outreach in the fall of last year. We've done a lot of analysis in the early part of the year, built our proposals, and then we're here today to present those to you. So looking at the network, Madera Metro is divided into 3 main components. There's dial ride, there's ADA paratransit service, and then there's fixed route. And for our purposes for the Madera Transit Plan, we are focused exclusively on the fixed route system. And you'll see that highlighted in the upper right-hand corner of the slide. We took a look at what we call key trip generators, but it's a very lingo term, but really it is where are people traveling to when they are taking the service. So we have a combination of retail outlets, grocery stores, we have high schools, we have other transit stations, we have health centers and hospitals, the community college and parks and open space. Those really are kind of the general breadth of the types of places that we are finding folks are using Madera Metro to travel towards. And here's a quick look at all 3 routes for Madera Metro. Route 1 is shown in the magenta color. Route 2 is in the orange color, and Route 3 is in the green color. And you'll see that, excuse me, that the service, covers a specific portion of the city, and has various points where they overlap and run on the same major corridors throughout the city. In addition to Madera Metro city services, we have regional connections, what we call regional connections, and those are services that come in from outside of the city. And so we have Amtrak, we have Greyhound, we have MCC routes. We anticipate there could be a future high-speed rail station as well. And this is just to give a bird's eye view of how the 3 fixed route services can connect to regional transit services if folks are wanting to travel outside of the city limits. Lastly, in this section, we looked at bus stops. And one of the main focus areas when we began the study was to really gain an understanding of all of the bus stops in the network, of which there are over 100. And for the size of the service, that's actually quite a lot. What that means is that the buses are stopping quite frequently, can stop quite frequently because there's so many stops, which then can slow down the service and make your trip quite long. And so what we wanted to do was understand, where are these stops located? What is the kind of environment we might find these bus stops in? Are there activities near the bus stops? What's the condition of the bus stops? Is there bus stop furniture there? And so we took an inventory of all the bus stops. We analyzed all of the features that I just described, and then we made some findings on each and every bus stop, which then became also a part of the analysis for understanding where we might want to change some of the routes or not. So I will add that some of the findings that we found from this analysis is that there is a huge variety of the environments that you'll find the bus stops in, ranging from bus stops in and adjacent to activity centers to bus stops that sit next to empty lots with just a pole in the ground. And so there's a variety of what's provided between if there's covering or not, if there's lighting, if there's even sidewalk or concrete paths leading up to the bus stops. And so this is also indicative of how people may perceive the service too, if they feel like they can't access the stop easily because it's parked in a grassy area that doesn't have any ramp or sidewalks. That could be a reason for someone choosing not to use transit. The second bucket, as I mentioned, is looking at best practices. So we look across the industry, how is transit planning done? And there's a number of different building blocks that we consider when we think about what would make a successful transit route. And the 4 I have highlighted here, the ones we think are really applicable to Madera. There's frequency and headway, and what that means is how often a bus arrives at a stop. Does it come every 15 minutes? Does it come every hour? And that frequency really indicates, one, the level of service that you might get on a station, but then at that stop, but then also how popular that route might be. Another one is span of service. So how many hours in the day does that service run? It could be just from, like, say, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., or it could be from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. And one of the many common comments that we hear is the desire for more early morning service or the desire for more after late night service. And so span of service can be really critical if you're needing to serve different types of riders. For example, folks who are working second or third shifts. That late night or early morning service really could be the key to decide if someone takes transit or not, or the ability to get where they need to go. The third is transferring. We would love to always offer people one-seat rides, but in reality, that's not always the case. And so can we make transferring as easy as possible so that it's not complicated? There's good signage and that people ideally get off a bus, stay at that same location and pick up a new bus. So if folks need to go to different places but have to make multiple transfers, can we do that easily? And then lastly, the service area. What is the geographic region where the service is provided? We want to make sure that we are putting buses where people want to go and not just running a bus out there just to run a bus. Bus service is very expensive, and we want to make sure that we're using our resources efficiently and effectively. And to the nitty gritty, what makes a good bus route? And there's a lot of different factors, and this all looks great on paper. And when you put it into practice, is when we take into context we have to take into context the local context. So ideally, we like bus routes that are straight and direct, because big lumbering buses or even medium-sized ones that Madera has are slow. And so we want them to make as few turns as possible. We also want them to come spread out evenly. So if the schedule says that it's coming every 15 minutes, that they come every 15 minutes, and that nothing in the street environment prevents that from happening. Whether that there's too many bus stops or too many turns or whatnot. The third is that the buses go where people want to go, that they serve places where people or many people are going. And then lastly, connections to other routes, and this is referring to the transferring that I mentioned in the previous slide. And from the perspective of the rider, frequency and reliability are key elements to gain confidence that transit or the bus will get them to where they go when they needed to go there. The third element was the stakeholder coordination. And throughout the past year, we met through a series of meetings with the Transit Advisory Board, using them as our sounding board to present our preliminary findings and to get feedback from the community, as well as the transit committee meeting and staff and the city manager. We're here before you for the city council as the last as the last leg in our stakeholder coordination schedule with the presentation of our recommendations. And on a parallel track, we also held a community outreach forum in, I said, the fall of last year. It was done virtually, where we presented our thoughts on Madera Metro and also gained feedback on perception of how transit is viewed by the community. Some of the things that we heard was that they like the cleanliness of the service, but that they would, like to have more early morning and late night service, more dial-a-ride, which doesn't really address fixed route, but better connections to key destinations. And in addition, we worked with the Madera Community College to distribute a paper survey before the end of the school year. And some of the things that we heard back was looking to have better reliability and more frequency on the service. And then just in general, I think increasing the awareness of Madera Metro as an option for traveling to the community college. Phase 2 is out here. We'll have phase 2 outreach between August of this year, going towards the end of this calendar year. So wrapping up.
Excuse me. We got quite a bit of work to do tonight. We still have to do the ballot counting, et cetera. If you could just maybe speed it up a little bit, I would appreciate it.
Sure. I will go as quickly. So I think I mentioned phase one, what we've done. Phase two, we'll look to refine the route alignment that I'm going to present in the next few slides, host the public outreach, and then propose those frequencies to be implemented in the spring of next year. So here's a look at the recommended new Madera Metro network. If you recall from a previous slide, there was a lot more zigs and zags of the routes, and what we've done is attempted to straighten out a lot of the alignments. And I'll go through each of the routes individually. So the existing Route 1 is the workhorse of the system. It has the most number of bus stops. It also has the most number of turns, what we call lefts and rights. And so the running time from one end to the other is quite long at like 55 minutes. So if you want to get from Cleveland Avenue all the way to Road 28, it takes quite a long time. Not a great ride. What we've done and our recommendation is attempt to streamline the route and make it clear on where it's serving. Right now, it tries to do a lot, not very well. And our focus here is to make it do less and better. So here it's now focusing the service on the east side of the city. And I should mention that we have created two major transfer points between all three routes, one at Walmart and the second at the intermodal station along Yosemite. And so you'll notice that as I go through, all of the routes will now stop at those two stops and have easy transfer points. Route 2 is, this is the existing Route 2. It does the route fairly well, although it has quite a few bus stops. And what we've done in our recommendation is shifted over a bit westward to cover a part of the city along Howard that it doesn't currently serve, and then go over to the new intermodal station, and then as well as stop at Walmart so that you now have these two new transfer points. Route 3 is essentially the community service route, and it does that great. And we really would have no change to it, except that we are now trying to have all of the routes stop over at the intermodal station along Yosemite. So that's where the changes you'll see here. And because Route 2 and Route 3 both serve from Walmart along the west side of the city, some of the same streets, that's why we had pushed the new orange route over and maintain the green line here on its current alignment. We're introducing a new blue line, and this is to serve the existing Amtrak station, starting at the Walmart stop and then going northward. So this would be a new leg. It would also serve the Matilda High School as well. We also looked at Walmart, the stop at Walmart. We understand that is an area that is quite challenging to ensure safety of the passengers as they get off at that stop and go to the Walmart location. And so, what we've done is made some interim routing proposals. Sorry, here we go. Because what we're proposing actually is in phase 2 is to do some, to really take a hard look at the bus stop itself. We, at the moment, can recommend some immediate changes, which is the routing, which can alleviate some of the pedestrian vehicular conflicts that exist by instead routing along North Shore, and Gateway Drive, and then doing some more circling with the future purple and blue line. In this way, we are attempting to prevent as much as possible people who want running to dash across the street at that location. And then in phase 2, we will look at some permanent improvements, some physical infrastructure improvements that we can do at that stop. So next steps, as I mentioned, we're doing some conceptual bus stop design for Walmart, looking at the pedestrian safety and the physical improvements we can do there. Real quick, a phase 2 timeline. As I mentioned, we're going to wrap up phase 1 at the end of this month, immediately go into phase 2 in this fall with the outreach and the revisions of the proposals, then take winter and spring to develop an implementation plan with the launch of the new service in April of 2023. Following our presentation today, we were looking to take any feedback from the council, incorporate that into the recommendations for phase 1, finalize the draft and final Madera transit plan for phase 1, and then launch into phase 2. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. That's very informative. I'm sorry I had to interrupt.
That's no problem. And actually, Mayor, we're still not done with it because we have the last section for the phase 2 portion, actually.
All right.
And I'll just make this very quickly. Okay, you guys see my screen just fine?
Yes.
Okay, so like I said, so moving along with the phase 2 portion, it'll be the outreach and implementation. So following the phase 1 update, staff is proposing to extend the agreement with WSP Inc. through sole source procurement for the delivery of phase 2. Per the city's finance department, per the city's finance department procurement guidelines. So the sole source procurement is a purchase accomplished through solicitation or acceptance of a proposal from only one source, or if after solicitation of a number of sources, competition is determined inadequate. Justifiable actions for sole source procurement is unique or innovative concepts, patents or restricted data rights, sustainable duplication costs, or unacceptable delay. Per the city's finance department procurement guidelines, at least one of these conditions above must be met.
I don't know if you wanted us to see multiple screens. Right now, we're only looking at your main introduction screen.
Are you guys seeing the, thanks for bringing that to my attention. Give me 1 second.
There you go.
Is it up now?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Give me 1 second. Thank you, Mayor. I know I just read it off, but you guys couldn't see it, so I'll speed through this one quickly and still just respect time. So like I said, so phase 2, the outreach and implementation phase, staff is proposing to extend the agreement with WSP USA Inc. through sole source procurement for the delivery of phase 2. Per the city's finance department procurement guidelines, sole source procurement is a purchase accomplished through solicitation or acceptance of a proposal from only one source, or if after solicitation of a number of sources, competition is determined inadequate. Justifiable action for sole source procurement is unique or innovative concepts, patents or restricted data rights, sustainable duplication costs, or unacceptable delay. Per the city's finance department procurement guidelines, at least one of these conditions above must be met. Why sole source procurement? Doing so would allow WSP USA Inc. to simultaneously carry out both phases of the project with the delivery date of April 2023. The alternative would be to release a new RFP after completion of phase 1 and complete the required procurement process. This alternative will create a substantial delay in the delivery of a transit system, that is efficient, as the procurement process could take up to 6 months. So lastly, recommendation, staff is recommending that staff is recommending City Council adopt a resolution approving the agreement with WSP USA Inc. for phase 2 of the Madera Transit Plan through sole source procurement for the amount of $87,391.24. So that right there concludes my presentation, but if you guys have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Thank you very much. Alicia, do we have any public comment on this item?
No written public comment, Mayor, and no one on Zoom. And there's no one in the council chamber.
All right.
For public.
Thank you very much. I'll now bring it back to my colleagues for questions and comments.
Mr. Mayor, we have Councilwoman Gallegos wishing to speak.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Garcia. First question, I don't know if that's for Lauren or David. Are these routes is the computer software that generates these routes that you've given to us today?
Well, as far as how they're designed through the proposal,
Yes.
Lauren, would you mind answering that question?
The recommend. Is your question, are we using some sort of computer model or software?
It's software to generate the routes that you've proposed to us tonight.
No, that's us looking at the condition, doing field visits, looking at the condition of the streets, looking at the existing route and the best way to access the stops.
Okay, so have you driven these existing routes that you're proposing?
Yes.
Okay. I didn't see them in our packet. Did I just miss that? The proposing routes?
I know these here, they weren't included in the packet. They're a part of a separate presentation, but it is something that I can get over to you guys in a PDF.
If you could, please. Thank you.
Yeah, totally.
Mr.
Councilmember Mejia?
So I believe my question is related to Councilmember Gallegos's. I would like to know what the methodology is to develop the routes. Particularly, I'd like to go back, if you could, Lauren, to the route that includes Madera Community College. I would like to see that slide again.
Okay. Sorry, let me just get it up. And while you're pulling that up, I would just like to say I had the opportunity to meet with a group of residents on Friday, and some of the concerns that they have regarding public transportation. They had mentioned that they are waiting 2 hours for a bus, and that they would like to see maps that are more clear. A lot of our residents have a hard time accessing internet. I know that the maps are online, but they would like to see them at the bus stops. And we should also be more cognizant of the literacy rate in Madera and try to accommodate to multilingual speakers, or people that only speak one language. I'm sorry. So I have the proposed, we're calling it the new green line, which is currently Route 3, up on the screen.
Yeah, I don't think it was that one. It was, okay, I see it now. Or, yeah, I would like to see it, if it's possible for that to include if the Southeast Madera. I know that there are a lot of students there, and I don't see it going through Southeast Madera right now.
Southeast over here, are you saying?
Yeah.
Around row 28?
Yes.
Okay.
Just because I know that we have a lot of students there that they use public transit, they don't have access to a vehicle.
So these are, just to clarify, when you say students, are they community college students?
Yes.
High school students. Okay.
And I myself, being a former community college student that didn't have a vehicle, but I know a lot of my neighbors are having the same issue right now.
Okay.
Lauren, did one of the other routes visit the Southeast area? Partially.
Route 1 does, but
okay.
What the councilwoman were saying is that this does not connect to the community college. And so that's what Councilwoman is saying. So that.
And I know they are also frequent users. They visit the Madera County complex, so I'm not sure if it includes that.
Right, so that connection doesn't currently exist. So we'll look to see what might make sense to make that happen.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Lauren, I was just going to ask, and I think, my council members touched on this, but when it comes to frequency, and I think Councilmember Mejia had touched on this, 2 hours. I also serve on the MCTC, and I did have some comments today in regards to several stops of the Walmart having to wait 2 hours. So I'm assuming that through your phase 1, your assessment of these particular routes have been inefficient, and this is why we're proposing these new routes. So when you say frequency and headways, can you elaborate as to how many minutes, give or take, does a bus take to get to a certain destination? And I know you have to factor in traffic and what have you, but what on average, what are you looking at? I mean, just give or take, is it plus or minus 5-10 minutes? What are we looking at?
Excuse me. So when I say frequency, I think at its core, it means like if you're waiting at the Walmart stop and you're waiting for Route 1, how often will Route 1 come? If you're standing there at 3 p.m., does it come at 3:15, 3:30, or are you waiting a whole 60 minutes? Right now, the schedule is fairly complex, unfortunately, which I think contributes to the confusion that riders have, because at different points in the day, the wait time you may have, the frequency at which that bus comes can be different. So it could be between 30 minutes and 60 minutes on average. The time it takes to get to your destination, if you're getting on, for example, at Walmart and you want to go all the way to the end of the line for Route 1, for example, that would take about 55 minutes. Route 2 and Route 3 are much shorter, and I would say less direct. If you look at the map, here I would say Route 1, I call it kind of spaghetti. There's lots of lefts and right turns that the bus makes, and which contributes to the long travel time. But Route 2 and Route 3 are much more straightforward, and so the run times on those are are much less, but it also goes less places. So there's a trade-off that you get between going a lot of places but slowly, or going fewer places but faster.
So Lauren, if I may, when you say every 15 minutes, I just want to make sure I'm clear on this here. Are we saying every 15 minutes, give or take 5-10 minutes? Or are we saying every 15 minutes, there's a bus coming along through that stop? That was my question.
Sorry, yes, it should be according to a schedule. So we have a schedule. So if it says it's every 15 minutes, it'll come according to that printed schedule. So it could be every 15 minutes from 3 o'clock, 3:15, 3:30 as an example.
Okay. So, and I always like to use give or take, because they're not always on time. And that's kind of what the complaints that I'm getting. So that's why with your assessment of these routes, I'm assuming that these new 15-minute frequency stops are what? Are they in time, a minute, 2 minutes, 5, 10?
We in the industry, we want to eliminate that give or take. Because if we say it's coming at 3 o'clock, we want that bus to be there at 3 o'clock. And if it's not there, if it's at 3:01, it's late. Okay. Or if it comes at 2:59, it's early. And, then the schedule becomes moot. So what we're trying to do is actually reduce that, eliminate it as much as possible, or reduce that give or take.
Correct. Because the confidence of any public transit is reliability. And for folks to use that, it's got to be reliable and it's got to be on time. If not, then it's inefficient and it breaks down the confidence, discourages folks to use it. Therefore, you have less ridership. And then you're having to subsidize it with other means of funding. So I think a really good, reliable transportation or public transportation, at its core should be because of its time. Very important. So that's just my comment there. Thank you.
Excuse me, Lauren. I would like to ask, in reference to going to Madera Community Hospital, there's a lot of patients that wait a number of minutes for the bus. So now, will you be publishing the new bus routes so the people will wait, as well as those at the hospital will be able to tell the patients when the next bus will be coming?
I will actually like to defer to David on that one about the schedules.
Yeah, well, actually with this one, once everything is revised as far as the schedules, or with the routes being revised, and then the schedules being revised, also simultaneously we're working on a new RFP to enhance our technology enhancement for transit. So with that, speaking towards the schedules, once everything is cleaned up, at the bus stops, the shelters, there will be schedules displayed. There will even be maps displayed letting know where each individual route is going. As far as the technology enhancement, one of the things that we're doing, working with Trillium software, to go about bringing onboard technology, right? If it's going to be stop announcements at some specific stops, so they'll have and displays as far as the bus will be arriving within 5 minutes. Right, if it's through a large TV display, or right, if it's through an app that somebody may have on your phone with something called AVL, Automated Vehicle Locator, they'll be able to pinpoint and track the bus where it's at as far as the GPS notification. So with that, I know there's something that MCTC puts on annually as far as the unmet transit needs. And there's been a lot of insufficient areas within Transit Madera Metro. So this plan here, in addition to the technology enhancement, is to go about addressing that. And I know even how we spoke about it earlier as far as on-time performance. Yes, there's the expected time of arrival with the schedule, yet because there's so many stops, often the bus is delayed. At the end, our goal is to basically make those buses get to the bus stop the time they are to arrive, the time they're saying to arrive. So, and that's the purpose of this plan here, to basically to clean it up, make it efficient, and then make people trust in Madera's transit system. So.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Montez?
Yeah, so, and I'm not trying to beat this to death, but just to clarify, we're talking about at every stop, there'll be a bus every 15 minutes, or does it take 15 minutes in between stops? Because one of the biggest complaints that I get is that at the Amtrak station, there are no buses, or the buses take too long. So the way I'm understanding is that it'd be a bus at the Amtrak station every 15 minutes? Every 50 minutes, right? So you'd have...
Go ahead, Steve. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're good. I'm done. You can answer.
Okay.
No? So am I understanding it incorrectly? So
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to decide, David, if I should.
No, you go ahead. No, add on to it.
So the time that you were quoting, that's right now is just an example, because we're still in the middle of our analysis. Towards the end, once we have the physical route finalized after we've gone through the public outreach in the fall, and we refine those, then we'll start working on the schedules. Because right now, without knowing the exact streets and routing, we don't know how long a bus will take to go through there. So we can't develop the schedules yet. So when we come back to council, we will have those answers about the schedule and the frequency on the refined routes.
Okay. All right. So then if you have a route that takes 50 minutes to complete, you would need a little bit over 3 buses to get to 15 per. So that's something that you would analyze and give to us. And then we can make the recommendation if we want it to be 15, 20, or whatever, right?
Yeah, exactly. And with that, it'll take several steps. So of course, we have had multiple discussions as far as 30-minute headway times, 15-minute headway times. Of course, the leaser the headway time is, that means you're going to have more buses on that route within that given hour. And then, of course, that's going to increase operations, right? If it's personnel or even buses themselves. Even as far as finding a way to balance that out, and this is just all tip of the iceberg conversations we've been having 15-minute headway times during peak hours. So let's say from 7 to 11, and then again from maybe 6 to 9, while everything else is basically 30 minutes. So like I said, once we go about revising all of our schedules, then we're able to give a more definite answer as far as, okay, once we go about revising our routes, then we'll be able to give a more definite answers as far as the 30-minute headway times and peak time, 15-minute headways, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay. And how many buses do we have in our fleet currently?
Currently now we have 19 in our fleet, but of those 19, we use 9 of them. Each one serves a different purpose. So basically you have some of them that serve for fixed route, some of them that are assigned to dollar ride. You have other ones that are basically on backup, but even of those 19, we have some of them that are used in case of emergency, and it's basically because of backup maintenance, et cetera. So we have 19 total in our fleet. But as I mentioned, there are some that are used for fixed route, dollar ride, and then even as backups. So, and I know even right now, we're working on a grant to go about replacing 5 of our 2012 vehicles. with another new 5 and 4 as far as vehicle replacements, and then even expand our vehicle fleet by bringing on 4 different minivans for service ADA. So there's a lot of moving pieces right now. So like I say, these are some of the things we're working on.
Any further comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, I'll look for a motion to for D4. Is there a motion?
Mayor, for the record, there's no public comment, no written public comment, no one on Zoom, and no one in the audience this evening for approaching the podium.
All righty.
With that, Mr. Mayor, I'll move to approve item D4.
I'll second it.
Motion to approve by Mr. Montes. Who did the second?
I think it was a tie.
Councilmember Villegas. He hasn't had one all night, so we're going to get it. Oh, thank you, Mr.
Motion to approve item D4 by Councilmember Montes, second by Mr. Villegas. Alicia, would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Gallegos?
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez?
Yes.
Councilmember Montes?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Evans?
Yes.
Councilmember Mejia?
Yes.
Councilmember Villegas?
Yes.
And Mayor Garcia?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much for that report on the transit. Very informative.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
We move on to item D5, grant offer for airport improvement program, AIP.
Mayor, before we continue, may I make an announcement? I know there's people waiting to hear what the tally looks like for the ballots and for the protest. And I just want to note that it is a lengthy process. There are probably at least 1,500 or more envelopes, and they had to be manually opened, and some of them contain multiple protests or ballots. So there's still a sorting out. But from what I could see, and that's why I've been going out at times to check on how things are going from our observation, it looks like probably 90% or more of the ballots concern storm drainage. And so just keep that in mind as far as how the protest process works. So there's probably not going to be enough protests for the water, sewer, and solid waste, but there likely will be enough of a majority protest against storm drainage. But again, I'm just speculating based on observation and what we know at this time, but it is taking long.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rodriguez, you have item D5?
Thank you very much, Mayor. I sure do. Item in D5 is a grant that the city was recently awarded from the FAA for slightly less than $1.2 million, specifically for improvements at the airport. The improvements, as council may recall, this is a project that staff has been working on for quite some time with our team. And one of the things that we would like to do is enhance the drainage at the airport itself. This includes adding a new storm drain across the runway, and that would be trenching of the runway. So the runway will have to be closed at some point for approximately 30 hours. Obviously, the city would notify all of the pilots. We would notify the tower, the control tower at Fresno, and FAA of the potential closure. The storm drain pipe would trench on the eastern side of the runway. It would then go in a southwest fashion, and it would go to the existing ponding basin located on the western edge of the airport. The $1.2 million project, these are federal funds. They're earmarked specifically for airport improvements, and the city is obviously extremely fortunate and grateful that the city was awarded these grant dollars. The city has already issued an award through a request for proposal process. It was an open bid process. That award was contingent upon the city receiving funding. The city was notified of its funding on July the 14th, which was last Thursday, if I recall. And so the schedule is obviously extremely aggressive. but staff was confident that we could complete the project in a timely manner as being requested by FAA. So again, this is simply to accept $1.2 million of federal funding for our airport. Thank you.
Lisa, is there any public comment on this item?
We have no written public comment, Mayor, no callers on Zoom with their hand raised, and no one in the audience.
Thank you very much. I'll bring it back, close the public comment on this one. We'll bring it back to my colleagues for comments or questions.
So moved to approve D5 as presented.
Second.
Motion to approve item D5 by Councilwoman Gallegos, second by Councilmember Villegas. Alicia, would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Gallegos?
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez?
Yes.
Councilmember Montes?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Evans?
Yes.
Councilmember Mejia?
Yes.
Councilmember Villegas?
Yes.
Mayor Garcia?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. We now move on to administrative reports. Item E1, discussion and direction regarding a proposed temporary sewer lift station to serve the villages at Almond Grove. Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. The item before council this evening is a discussion, and staff is seeking direction from City Council for a request to install a temporary sewer lift station, which I'll get into in a few seconds here. So council may recall that the city approved Village D, which is now known as the Villages at Almond Grove. Village D is an approximately 3 square mile project. It is proximate to the Madera Airport. It's just west and south of the airport. The plan, as council may recall, calls for approximately 11,000 new homes in the city of Madera, roughly 2 million square feet of commercial, and roughly 380,000 square feet of industrial. It's a large project. The project, that full build out, it's obviously 100% dependent on market conditions, but right now the timeline is approximately 30 years. This, I'm going to speculate here, and I think I can say this being born and raised in Madera, I think it's the largest project in the city's history. It's a very large project. And like all development projects, they're complex, and there's a lot of moving parts. One of the items that the very first phase of the project calls for 491 single family homes on the eastern edge of the project, next to the homes that are being built right now by KB Homes, just west of Westbury. Council may recall that during the approval process, the developer is going to be required to install a large trunk sewer main in row 23 to the east, which is roughly, I'm going to speculate here, probably 3/4 of a mile of the project site to the west. That trunk main is going to run roughly 3.5 miles south and then west to the city's sewer treatment plant. One of the challenges with that trunk line is it's extremely expensive, and we're talking millions upon millions of dollars. The developer is required to build that. In the interim, the developer has approached the city and has requested to construct 491 homes. And the reason it's specifically 491 homes is the city recently conducted a study. It was a city engineer that prepared it. And we've determined that we have excess capacity in the Cleveland trunk line to accommodate the 491 homes. And the reason that we could accommodate the 491 homes is people are wasting less water today. And when people use less water, I wouldn't say wasting, but using less water, we have excess capacity. So the developer, again, is proposing to develop a temporary lift station, and I'll get into that. The principal reason why the developer is requesting this today, as opposed to when the projects were initially considered, is that upon further analysis, it was determined that the sewer depths couldn't facilitate the development without a temporary lift sewer station. The challenge that we have is if it was built exactly how it was initially envisioned, the sewer line would be too high and a tremendous amount of fill dirt would have to be brought in. And in terms of the cost of that, I'll defer to the project applicant or the project engineer who's here in the audience this evening. Then the other challenge you have with that is if you lift it too high, how do we reverse the flows of the sewer line once the trunk main is developed? So again, the ultimate goal is these homes will flow into the Road 23 trunk line. Challenge again, that trunk line doesn't exist. So right now the developer is requesting for the flows to go east into the Westbury line. And then once the trunk main in 23 is developed, it would naturally flow. Until that time occurs, the request is for a temporary lift station. And the lift station is exactly how it sounds. It lifts raw sewage, it lifts the elevation, and then can the natural slope will take it all the way to the city's wastewater treatment plant. This is an aerial photo. It's not exact. It's just an approximate area. This is the very first phase. Council may recall that Villages is bound to the north on Avenue 16, the Fresno River, and it actually goes west to what would be considered the Road 22 alignment, which on paper doesn't exist because it's simply an alignment and there's orchards there today. So currently there's a subdivision that's largely built out immediately to the east. What the developer is asking for is to have the wastewater temporarily flow to the east in Cleveland to the Westbury trunk main, which is again located to the east here. Ultimately, that same sewage line has to go west on Cleveland, and it's going to go inside of the 23 trunk main, which again, nothing currently exists in the ground in this portion. The furthest trunk line that the city has is at the Avenue 16 alignment, which is on the eastern edge of the red line here. A couple of challenges or some context here. Today, the city's utility rates did not contemplate a lift station at this location. So the rest of the community, the ratepayers today, that project's not included. So again, with the developer proposing a temporary lift station until it's installed, the developer would bore an all cost with both the construction of it and also to abandon it. The time of abandonment would be once the trunk line in 23 is constructed, the city would require that the developer abandon that line or can that temporary station at their cost. So the city would not be on the hook for paying that. And then in terms of the maintenance, for the meantime, the developer is proposing to create a CFD, commonly referred to as a Community Facilities District, for the ongoing maintenance. Council may recall that the city of Madera only has 2 CFDs today. The city has a CFD, which is called the citywide CFD. It was adopted by council, I believe, in 2004 or in 2005. And that applies to every new residential building that's built in Madera since 2005. These homes would be subject to that CFD. There's a second CFD that only applies to a single subdivision, and it was also by KB Homes. It's in the southeast quadrant of our community, and that subdivision was constructed in 2006. That specific subdivision it was for backbone infrastructure for sewer and water. So those homes have a special assessment that's collected on the property taxes annually. The county collects those funds. It's transferred to the city. The city pays back the bonds for the installment of that sewer main and water main. The concept is similar, but it's for different use. This is for a temporary lift station. The taxes would be attached to the property taxes, so the ratepayers of the rest of the city would not be responsible for this temporary lift station. Right now, the engineer has estimated, and the applicant's engineer, not the city's, that the cost per home per year would be roughly $44. And that would go for the maintenance of the lift station, power cost, any maintenance that has to go on. And the property owner of that property, of the 481 parcels, would be responsible for it. And that goes if there's a home there or not. So the developer would have an incentive to develop a home. Now, granted, it's only $44, but money's money. And the buyers of the future homes, they would be notified at the time of sale as part of their escrow documents. They would have to sign a document acknowledging that they're buying into this temporary CFD. Once a lift station's abandoned, the CFD would come off the books and they would no longer have to pay what's estimated to be right now $44. City staff has not gone through with the fine tooth comb and looked at these numbers extremely in depth. And the reason for that is this is somewhat of a nuanced project. This is something that has not come up, and city staff does not have the discretion to entertain something like this without receiving direction from council, because again, this is a bit unique because it was not contemplated on the master plan. If this lift station was contemplated on the master plan, it would not be before the city council this evening. So again, staff does not have the discretion to authorize it. And that's why we're here before council tonight. So this evening, staff is seeking direction to either further engage the developer or to let the developer know that they probably want to seek alternatives, because the city would probably not consider a temporary kind of lift station. And with that concludes my presentation. The developers here this evening, as is their engineer, and they can probably answer some of the technical items if council would wish or would like.
Mr. Rodriguez, for clarification, this is a big request you're making, and I don't know that council, what authority does nothing? There's been nothing that's been vetted through to determine what process to use. We don't know whether I don't think any of the prior CEQA reviews contemplated this. We did a quick word search this morning on the EIRs and nothing came up with temporary lift station. So I'm just, if your request is to have council say no today, or yes, the yes would be subject to due diligence and vetting and having a detailed request from the developers, and ensuring that whether we have to go through the planning commission to amend the COA and come back to the council. Is that what you're asking?
Yes, I think it's all of the above. Okay. I'm not confident that we have an exact clear path. However, prior to engaging the developer, and to be very blunt, wasting their time or city staff time, we thought that it would be appropriate to come to council and just to see if it passes the smell test, to say, council, is this something that appears remotely possible? We're not looking for a yes, but if it's definitely a no, then I think it would be appropriate for everyone to simply let the developer know that this is probably not the right path we want to go down. However, if the council is open to the concept, again, and that's all we're looking for, at that point, we can engage the developer. The main reason is because the developers are attempting to do their due diligence. And I think it would be appropriate to let the developer know if this is even an option. If it's not an option, at that point, the developers are going to have to determine if they move forward with the project, if they abandon the project, or they'll have to do a cost analysis to see how much fill dirt they have to buy, where that dirt comes from. And moving dirt, I've never personally done it, but I understand it's extremely expensive. And so I think I thought that it'd be appropriate to at least have a discussion, come with the council, just to see where collectively we stand. Because again, staff on something like this, it is a little unique. I'll admit that. It's unique to Madera. I'm not certain that it's unique to other communities. I'm not going to say it's common, but it does happen in other communities. But maybe they have avenues to get there. But in Madera, it's somewhat we're somewhat on foreign waters right now.
Does that conclude your presentation, Mr. Rodriguez?
It sure does, Mayor. Thank you.
Alicia, do we have any public comment on this item?
We have no callers on Zoom. I have no written public comment, Mayor.
Thank you. I'll bring it back to council for action.
We do have someone in the council chambers approaching the podium.
Okay, doke.
Hi, my name is David Ecoby. I work for Precision Civil Engineering. We did the master planning for the infrastructure for the villages at Almond Grove. I wanted to mention a couple things. So with regard to the costs, for the first, the fill analysis for the first 214 units, which was originally an independent tentative map. It's not part of the overall, the approved specific plan, but it was annexed ahead. Our fill quantities were approximately 120,000 cubic yards. If we were to do it gravity flowing to the east, which could range in the amount of $10 to $15, depending on how close a source would be for dirt, probably around $10 to $12 per cubic yard. So we're talking about $1.5 million $0.2 to $1.5 million just for fill for the first 214. But it's not really just an issue of cost. And we're not talking, that's just for the first 214, not for the first, say, 500, which we're talking 491. It would get worse as you keep going further, because as you gravity flow east, everything has to keep getting higher, basically. So we have some exhibits and illustrations which we can provide to show that as you go kind of southwest, it gets worse and the fill gets worse. So it's not really just an issue of cost; it's an issue of feasibility and causing liabilities and non-sustainable development for the future development of the villages at Almond Grove. So the further we go, the worse it gets, and it makes future development a problem as well. The benefit of having the temporary lift station is that it allows us to put the large cost. It allows us time to be able to figure out the financial resources for putting in the major infrastructure in place that we need for the development, and all the infrastructure we're putting in place to the temporary lift station will all be going to the ultimate location that it would be as if we're going towards. It's all per the original master plan, except for once it gets to the lift station, then it just gets pushed east into what's in place now in a short pressure main. So it allows us to design everything as it is per the infrastructure, the master plan on the infrastructure, and to the ultimate location. And then once we can install the main that's on the master plan, it just picks it up from there. And so part of that construction, like as Arnaldo said, would be to remove that temporary lift station. And so also, as Arnaldo said, the benefit is without it, we may be able to squeeze, a minimal amount that would be able to, maybe a few lots would be able to get east, but it just doesn't work. It's not really feasible to work. So what we're talking about is, in order to put in any units, we would have to install the full trunk main, and it's not very feasible for development. And it also doesn't give developers a very it doesn't give developers a very good sense of proof of concept for the full development, to be able to see a community beginning to be able to put, say, 10, 12, $15 million worth of sewer in the ground. So. If anybody has any questions about what I said, or if it wasn't clear.
Mr. Mayor, there's no one else, but we do have from council here that would like to speak.
So I just want to be clear, are you giving public comment, or are you giving a presentation as part of this? Because I do have a question, but I think I was going to ask our city manager and or the developer. I appreciate what you're saying, because I think the aesthetics of how that looks moving forward in the future, certainly we have to take that into account. Now, I don't know, the question I had for you was temporary lift station, and you related that to the other KB project. You mentioned that that would go away. So that process of going away, especially a CFD, is that a process that has to come through planning? Is that a process that once you reach the ultimate goal, which is you've completed the main trunk line now to Avenue 23 or Road 23, I'm sorry, that lift station is out? And then what's the process to stop collecting the assessment on individual property holders?
My understanding is that we would work with the city's CFD partner who's in Temecula. We would partner with their office. They prepare the annual assessments on the CFDs. And again, currently the city has two others. And at that point, we would work with them. And in terms of how that occurs, I'm confident that it would be partnering with the Madera County tax assessor. And then depending on the timing of that, if it's mid-year or something like that, then some credits, I'm not gonna say credits would be due, but some math equation would have to happen. I should also add that this project is also subject to the original CFD, to the citywide one, 2005. So this particular project would have two CFDs, the one that all the homes are part of, and then the second one that's only for the lift station. And once the lift station is abandoned, and that lift station would be abandoned at the timing that the city determines it appropriate to be abandoned, then those homeowners will no longer be responsible for the payment of that. The abandonment of the lift station itself, that would be paid for by the developer and not by the CFD either.
Good. And now, so the question that I would have, and I think this question has been asked, is regarding the capacity of the Westbury trunk line. We're talking 214, now we're up to 500. What is the capacity where you say, hey, this is the max? We have to have that trunk line. And is that sufficient amount of homes that'll help to build out that main trunk line on Road 23? And if that's not a question you can answer, not sure if the developer would be willing to answer that.
I think it's probably two parts. One, probably partially myself, or typically if Keith would be here, but Keith is not here. And then the second part, probably the developer. So the maximum number of homes that the city would feel comfortable with today, based on the analysis that the city prepared, is 491 homes. That number came from McKell Engineering in partnership with our engineering department. The city, commission that study? In terms of the payment or in terms of the timing of the Road 23, I'll have to defer to the developer. It's probably David or Zach or Ed.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Zach Gomes with KB Home. With regards to the timing of the Road 23 trunk line, what we're really looking at is getting some synergy out there, getting started with some, obviously you're going to start with the horizontal construction before the vertical construction and getting some synergies out there. But, my thoughts and talking to the sellers group, the Fagundes group, really is, prior to the 491 home being started and closed, we would be looking at trying to start the Road 23 trunk line so that really there is no gap, as you're starting and building out the 491, and KB Home right now is under contract for the 214. We are talking about the additional 277, which make up, I think, if I'm doing my math right, off the top of my head, make up the 491. But as we're selling and building and constructing and closing out homes, but prior to that 491, we're going to look at how long that trunk line is going to take us to get in the ground and make sure that it's designed and that we can start so that we continue with both starts and closings, after the 491. Right now, again, Arnaldo mentioned, the market conditions, based off of market conditions and what the market does, it's anticipated probably about anywhere between 4 to 6 years before we need that 492nd home. Which would then mean that we're abandoning the lift station. We've already installed the trunk line in Road 23, and we're diverting those sewer flows to Road 23.
Thank you for answering that, Zach. I think one of the questions that I was going to pose was the gap. And you said it best, the market conditions could be that you build out 300 and that lift station stays there up until there's a higher demand for more homes. Obviously, we don't know what that, we can predict that based on current market trends that we may be there in 4 to 5 years. So that being said, I do appreciate your comments on precision, because I want to make sure that we understand that if we go the opposite route, then you're having to, it's not so much about putting dirt, it's how that looks for future development. And especially that this big of project, what that looks like when you're building out west, right? And for me, it's more of the aesthetics and whether capacity, there's got to be a build out at some point. And 491 is the number that I was looking for. So thank you, Arnaldo. I'm certainly not opposed to the lift station. I think that if there is some language that states, the lift station, once it reaches a certain amount of units, can no longer operate any further units, because as you said, I think with your study, that's the capacity for the Westbury trunk line. And I would feel very comfortable that we move forward on that. Obviously, you wanted direction, but you have other comments here from my colleagues here. So
Yes. Ms. Gallegos?
Yes, Councilwoman Gallegos, thank you. I want to chime in with Councilman Rodriguez's Zach. So again, the economy will decide how long this lift station will sit because of the houses that you're building, the two on the 491. So the 214 and then the 277. If we do the 214 with the lift station and let's say the economy just stays stable and we don't, the next developer doesn't come in for the 277. Now this lift station, I'm not a fan of lift stations, but it's only warranted for a year. And so if the economy does not move and it stays the second year and something happens, just blows up or who knows, who's going to maintain that lift station? I mean, our residents are paying $44 to run it for electricity to get that pumped down to the wastewater treatment plant. But my concern is I don't want something to happen after a year and we still only have the 214. I don't want to go back and have to have the residents that are in our community now have to some way come up with funds to repair this lift station. And that's a lot to put on the 214 homeowners. So that's my concern is, again, we don't know where it's headed and they're expensive to repair. We have one here that's on Cleveland by our major shopping center. And I can't even tell you how much it's going to cost. We're already looking at hundreds of thousands of dollars just to pull the pump and repair just that one piece of it. So that would be something I would want to have conversations with our staff and you to put in the language if we can come up with some solution for that.
Well, if I may, part of how we got to the $44 a month is we right now we've built with Precision's help, we've built the temporary lift station in another jurisdiction. In that lift station, it was $18,000 a year, and that was for the operation and maintenance of the lift station. And in that, there was the lift station operational cost of $8,200. There was the lift station operational energy cost of $2,000. And then there was also a reserve for replacement cost of $5,355. And then incidental expenses, which also includes admin type costs of another $2,445, which equal to $18,000. We added a 20% contingency to that to come up with the 44, just so that, we know that this lift station and this CFD was created back in 2021 or end of 2020, beginning of 2021. Costs have gone up since then. So we added 20%. What we would be doing with city staff, if the lift station is something that we agree that we can move forward with the CFD, is we would be coming up with these numbers with city staff. So maybe that 44 is 40, maybe it's 60. Still, relatively inexpensive if you, look at it at a per month basis. But we would be working with city staff to make sure that the city is comfortable with what we're going to collect, so that if there is something that happens after the warranty period, it's covered within the CFD cost.
That would not be covered in CFD costs if something was to happen to that lift station. We're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars, Zach.
Yeah,
he's not here, but he could tell you how much it's costing us just to repair our pump over here in Cleveland on our lift station. This is this $21,044, even with the wiggle room that you've given, isn't enough. And that's when I'm concerned that the residents here in the city that aren't at this development will have to take the brunt of that cost. Yeah. That's my concern, that if somewhere we can have conversations with our staff and have some type of language, and because we don't know where the economy is going from here, and I can't see putting that on the 214 residents that live in that development if something was to go wrong, and that's when the rest of this community will have to step up. That's my concern.
Okay. And I don't know, and definitely I respect your opinion, and I don't really know about the other lift station that you guys are having to repair and what that's really entails to that. But, a motor or a pump, and I don't know how old the lift station is that you guys are having to work on, but a motor or a pump for those lift stations, run anywhere from, I'll call it $15,000 to $25,000. There's a lot of other parts and pieces. There's the for a lack of better words, there's the brains of the lift station that really start getting expensive, the main cabinet. And and there's a wet well, and there's all this stuff that goes inside. If, for the most part, if it's built correctly, it's inspected by the city, and you got new product, it's going to last. It's going to last several years. Again, the 5,500 that you're collecting every year for the replacement cost, starts adding up, and at some point, you're going to have $25,000, $35,000, $45,000 of a lift station that's going to last you 20 plus years.
I'm hoping so, because electricity is going up 18% this month with PG&E, and that money is also used to power that lift station.
Mm-hmm.
So if it was to go up, like we're seeing it go up every year in the cost with PG&E, some of that maintenance money that you're saying that we're putting aside will have to be used to pay for the powering of the lift station on the 214 homes. I'm just concerned if you could just have conversations and talk with our staff and maybe come up with some solutions. I'd appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Montez.
So I think my colleagues took a lot of the questions that I had, but I'm going to go over it just for my benefit when I go back and watch the video. I can consolidate my questions and I don't have to go through everybody else's. So for the item that we have before us is for the 214 homes. So there's about 277 that would be left for the build out that would utilize this lift station. So the CFD would be imposed on the 214 as they're built out, and that's already approved. The 277, have they been approved already by us? And it sounds like the build out is 4 to 6 years. So you answered a couple of my questions. And so the CFD would be imposed essentially on yourself as a developer for the 277.
Yes.
Right. And so I think you were going to answer the question was, are those 277 approved already, or do they have to come back before council?
The 277 homes are approved, but the map is not recorded. I think one of the things that we'll have to get creative with how we record it against the property. And I think that's probably going to be a question between Precision, Keith and his team, and our legal counsel. Probably the most important person in that equation is our legal counsel. In terms of how it's recorded on that property, because if the map is not recorded, we would probably be recording it again. It's one big parcel. And somehow we would have to do the math. And I'm going to kind of look over at it to see if conceptually something like I'm speculating here. We would probably have to get into the weeds, but those are some of the details that we would work out. Again, a staff wouldn't believe that it was prudent to get too far down that part of the discussion, just because we wanted to be respectful of the applicant's time and quite frankly of staff time.
Yeah. So if the economy cooperates, we're talking about build out between 4 to 6 years, and there's going to be some things that we have to kind of go back over, but that's reasonable, and we're planning on doing all that stuff. So I did have the same concern of the 20% contingency, but it sounds like, our city attorney made the point that we're going to do some due diligence and we're going to actually go back, borrow a phrase from you, sharpen our pencils and make sure that this is actually a reasonable number. And I heard Zach say that it could be a little bit different, and that's what I would ask, right? I'm not opposed to it, but I just want to make sure that it is equitable for those residents. And the concern is the same as Councilwoman Gallegos, is that if something does happen and the contingency isn't enough to replace, then the rest of the ratepayers are going to be on the hook for that. So again, I just ask that we do our due diligence and we sharpen our pencils and make sure that the numbers are correct. And it sounds like you guys have already done a lot of it. I'm not an engineer or anything. You guys, this is your profession.
And if I may, really, we've already started design, and we've actually already submitted our improvement plans for the 214. We haven't started the design on the lift station yet. And depending on how this meeting goes, we have to make some financial decisions in what we do with the property. But once we start designing the lift station, we're going to be working with Arnaldo and Keith and Keith's, team to make sure that we come up with appropriate cost that will cover the operation and maintenance of that lift station. So, the cost that we're throwing out is what we know that we've done a similar lift station for and what another jurisdiction has agreed to in those amounts. But we wouldn't, that's not the final number. The final number is going to be based off of what we design, what we get approved on our engineering plans. And, Keith's team really, like you say, sharpening the pencil and making sure that we agree with whatever those numbers may be.
Okay. All right. And then so the other question that I had was answered. So 4 to 6 years for the 491 build out. And then the Road 23 trunk line would be built out either before or as that is completing or right after, because 492 would trigger that to be required.
We need to look at the once we get the main trunk line engineered and designed and approved, or even maybe a little prior to approval, that trunk line is going to be bid out. With that bid, they're going to give timelines for the installation of that trunk line. And say, we need to get, our last closing is on the 491 is tomorrow. We're going to say, okay, it's a 3-month schedule, a 4-month schedule to get that in. We need to start 3-4 months. We got to back into that date so that there's really no gap between starts and deliveries. And, we can keep the train rolling out there and build a beautiful community.
Okay. And then my final question, I guess, is for Arnoldo. This will come back to council for final approval and implementation of the CFD, correct? So council will have to approve that CFD ultimately, or is that something if we give direction today to move forward, it wouldn't come back to us?
A CFD needs to come to be approved by the city council.
Yeah.
The solution to respond to Councilmember Rodriguez's question, if there's no longer a debt for a CFD, then there's no authority to continue to collect taxes, so it has to be dissolved.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think there's a couple of probably different steps that we're going to have to assess as staff in terms of CEQA, in terms of everything else kind of Hilda alluded to. So this is really the infant stage of just conceptually if it's something that the city would even consider. Because again, I think there's going to be some moving parts here, and in terms of outlining a process, and we'll have to get together with legal counsel, with the developer and their team, the property owner, and figuring out how this works. But there's some fluid pieces to this equation, and kind of development's never easy. It's messy. It's complex, and no project is alike, and you're always going to run into problems. That's something that I've learned over 20 years. And some of them are easy, but they're pretty rare.
Yeah.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yeah. I'm not sure. Did you want to add something to that? Because I
My name's Ed Dunkel with Precision Civil Engineering. And I just, Mr. Mayor and members of the council, I want to thank you. I know it's, I just want to assure you, we're not breaking new ground, as Zach had said earlier, that we're doing this in another municipality. And the CFD, the way it works, it's very similar in that the initial units will be within the CFD. As the other subdivision would come into play, that would also be annexed within the CFD. So you're going to have 491 units, not the original 212. So that helps the cost, the monies that are coming into it.
So thank you. If I understood this correctly, so for the first 214 units, we'd be looking at assessing those folks 9,416, while the difference of 12,000, you would carry that until the build out of 491. Is that correct? There would be 214 units that would initially on the initial phase. Because if you don't do that, then the total 21,000 is about $100 assessment for each unit. But what I understood is that the initial 214 units would be assessed at $44. And then the additional 277 you would carry on that. Did I hear that correctly?
The developers. No, that would be annexed to the CFD, so the cost would be.
Okay, so at the beginning, then you have 214 units, so they would be paying $100 up until you start annexing more property. Then you start the cost per unit would start decreasing as more and more folks buy into the subdivision. Am I hearing this correctly?
No.
I just want to make sure it's cleared. Yeah, the way it's worked on the other piece of properties that we've done this with is that if only you're right. The only properties that would be initially assessed would be the 214, because you're going to take the CFD to council either before the final map or concurrent with the final map. So then at that case, then each property would be assessed at $100. If you're looking at $21,000, right? Up until you have additional units that can share some of that cost. Correct. Okay, good. Just want to make sure. But, you know, to me, it's all about transparency. And if you disclose that up front, the buyer has to know that they're going into entering into an agreement, buying no different than solar, no different than the different assessment that you do, no different than a homeowners association. When you buy a home that's fenced in or locked in, you may start off at $50. But as the needs for that development of that community go up, you may be at $225. And that's evident in any of the estates that have, I hate to use Chowchilla or anybody else that has homeowners association. We have them here around them. So it's about disclosing. Folks know when they're buying, they're a consumer. We are not developers. We're not in the business of development. We're in the business of developing partnerships with development so that they can give us an analysis of what it's going to cost. And then the consumer makes the ultimate decision. But for me, I look at how this trunk line is going to work. And if you don't have a temporary lift station and we're having the developer fork out more and more money, then there might not be a development. And what's the purpose of us even moving forward? I just want to make sure that one is that we understand what's before us, what are the solutions, and then what's the plan moving forward. And I think they've expressed that, but I certainly don't want to put a stop into development because we want a reassurance that the buyer does not pay for certain assessments. I think if you disclose, they understand no different than solar. Solar is required on every house now. They know they're either going to lease the solar or they have to purchase a solar. And that's already in their finances, and they have to figure that if that's going to be something they can assess or not. Those are my comments.
So simply a point of clarification, if I may, Mayor. I may have misspoke, and this simply may be my misunderstanding, and I apologize. It's late at night, and I've had a long day. I've had a long week. And so I probably misspoke. And I was initially of the understanding that the assessment would apply to the 491, not the 214. And the reason being is that would help keep the cost lower. And that's why a few minutes ago, I'd indicated that in terms of what tool would be used to levy a CFD on the vacant property, I wasn't too sure how that would work. I think if council direction this evening is to allow staff to explore options, that's something that obviously that we're going to have to go through, collectively discuss with the developer, Zach and his team of the 214, plus the remaining 277 or so, just to see exactly how that works. Have we thought about this? Yeah. Have we thought about it completely? And have we thought it out 5 years? Probably not. I think we've given it a lot of thought. But again, going back to something that Zach said, this is probably new for Madera, but it's not new elsewhere. And it's probably taking a look at those models, but then also somewhat recalibrating it to meet our needs, because the dynamics, I think, in Madera and the history of CFDs is a little bit more sensitive than probably in comparison to some other communities. Again, CFDs are very common in some areas and they're not very common in other areas. And for us, as we're going through and as we're learning different ways of doing development, we'll have to get creative at times. But again, this has been done in other communities. Thank you.
Councilwoman Gagos.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Evans. Jose kind of touched on what I had, and so did City Manager Rodriguez. So the only thing I was going to add to what they did, because that was my question, I was taking it totally different than what Councilman Rodriguez was, is that we are very sensitive to CFDs. You say you're doing them in other communities. We know that. But this community, Councilman Rodriguez knows, him and I were on this council when they came at us very hard. We had just come on and we had community members that were not happy because it was not related and it was not transparent to them. So when it comes to CFDs, that's why we're taking baby steps here, because we want to make sure that if these residents we're being told $44, it's $44. If it's $100, it's $100. We want to let them know that when the other 277 come in, it's going to be this, or if the developer's picking up the 277, we just want it laid out in language so that when we do have residents come to us, we can articulate it back to them exactly what was put in writing. That's why we're very sensitive to it. Thank you.
I do have one last request. So I know the item before us is a discussion and direction regarding the proposed temporary sewer lift station. So I think that in order for for staff and maybe the developers to come back with some good finite numbers and language, then is this council okay with bringing back a possible solution for the lift station? I think that's the topic before us here, is the lift station. So is that something that we could agree on and say, let's move forward with the what are some of the costs, or what's it going to be, so that at least we give you good direction? Because if not, then I don't think we're making any headway, and we're gonna.
And I'm sorry. You know, the lift stations are going to need to be designed. It's going to need to go through the engineering process with the city, the plan checks and so forth. And then, you know, once we design it and we start coming up with cost for, you know, the line items that I kind of read to you guys earlier, you know, we are, let me just say, months down the road on something like that. What we're really looking for is that council and city staff supports, I'll call it, the idea, and that, you know, then we'll start spending the money on the design of the lift station, knowing that you support the idea of the temporary lift station and, you know, working through the CFD proposal. And that's really what we're looking for. And I want to say, I'm sorry, without that, we don't really have the assurances, at least with I can't speak for Norm or the Fagundes, you know, group, but without it with KB Home, we don't have the assurances enough that we really want to continue to spend money on something, because the other alternative is, you know, $1.5 million, $2 million of dirt and retaining walls, and nothing that we all want.
Now, Zach, one of the comments that our legal counsel had made is that, you know, we add that contingency. I think I would say, for myself, at least I can speak and say that I'm certainly in support, but I'm also very cognizant to what our legal counsel is, that that's vetted out because of certain procedures that have to take place. But certainly the idea is great, right? I mean, yeah, we want to make sure so that we can start some development, but I'd like to make sure that we have that vetted out through legal counsel, so that there's no missteps that we go through the process when we approve this. But I don't know how the rest of my colleagues feel, but I certainly would move in the direction that we start looking at that idea. Again, subject to the vetting through our legal counsel.
Yeah, in my mind, and I agree that we need to do our homework in making sure that we're doing things properly and legally. And, you know, where we've built these lift stations in other jurisdictions, and I read you one, we've built more than one. You know, even if it wasn't, for instance, the one that we did build wasn't, one of the ones that we built wasn't as part of the conditions of approval, but it didn't require, per at least their legal staff, to go back to any type of CEQA documents or anything else. Again, I know we need to look and make sure that we're covering all of our bases, but in my mind, it's something that I think we can work through.
Okay.
Motion, right?
No.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. One last thing is, I just want all of you to know that my colleagues are in favor of this, because our community is in dire need of housing right now.
Yes.
So we will work with you as a staff, as a council, and the legal to make sure this is hopefully goes forward. I'd like to thank you, gentlemen, for hanging in there for 4 hours, and everyone else out there. We appreciate it. I know this isn't easy, but you hung in there for the most important thing of it all is, you know, housing for our community. So thank you for that.
But they can stay until the end of the tally for the proposition 218.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And make sure your I's are dotted and your T's are crossed. And
so are you looking for?
We need a motion.
Maybe we need a motion. Mr. Mayor, you can take it back over there.
Yes. If there's no further comments, I'll accept a motion.
I still move to approve E1 for our staff to go back and legal counsel to look and work with the developer on this project.
Second.
Second by Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Motion to approve by Councilwoman Gallegos, seconded by Councilmember Rodriguez. Alicia, would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Gallegos?
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez?
Yes.
Councilmember Montes?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Evans?
Yes.
Councilmember Mejia?
Yes.
Councilmember Villegas?
Yes.
Mayor Garcia?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much for that. We will definitely look forward to having that project completed and brought before us again. We will now move on to item F, council member reports and announcements. Councilwoman Gallegos.
Thank you, Mayor Garcia. The first thing I would like to congratulate Evolution for doing an inspection on their gym. That was pretty exciting. I was not in town to be there, but I'd like to congratulate them. The second thing is I would like to thank our staff who's been out there counting those ballots legitimately. It's been a long night for all of us, but I think they're getting close. So thank all our staff out there that are counting and telling so that we can hear great things that are happening. Thank you.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Garcia. I just want to report on our MCTC meeting today. It looks like we're able to forward the Measure T initiative that's going to be on the November, well, if the Board of Supervisors passes this, this will be on the November 22nd, 22, I'm sorry, election to see if the residents and taxpayers are willing to continue to support the Measure T sales tax that we use for our current transportation needs here in the city. I did bring up a comment earlier from one of the public comment folks there that regarding one of the stops, and I'm glad that staff was able to address that here because that was going to be one of my comments today. But other than that, you know, again, I think we're moving in a positive direction. I know that at times they're gradual, small steps, but nevertheless, they're movement towards a positive way. I hope to see bigger development. Again, I want to thank the folks from Precision Engineering, KB Homes. And we look forward to hope fulfilling this partnership and filling that area there. You know, it'd be great to see that development go through. So thank you.
Councilmember Montes.
Nothing to report, Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Mejia.
Thank you, Mayor. I had the opportunity to be a part of the SURF meeting last Monday, and I was just very excited to see the diverse groups there. And I look forward to our participation as a city. That's it.
Mayor Pro Tem Evans.
Nothing to report tonight, sir. Thank you. God bless.
Mr. Villegas.
Oh, nothing to report.
Thank you. It has been a long night. I have nothing to report either. I want to get to bed. All right. Well, then that concludes our meeting. How far along are we on the tallying?
Right, Mayor. Yes, I would recommend we take a recess and then we can find out what the status is. All the ballots have been opened. We have the numbers for the solid waste, water, and sewer, and we're just waiting for a count on the storm drainage. So if you can bear with us, give us 15 minutes and we'll come back and report to you where we are.
Okay. Alicia, are we ready to resume?
Yes, we are, Mayor.
We will now reconvene our meeting and return to item C1 on the tallying of protests and ballots. Alicia, what are the ballot results?
Thank you, Mayor. The city has received 26 protests regarding the proposed water rates. The city has received 37 protests regarding the proposed sewer rates. The city has received 31 protests regarding the proposed solid waste rates. The city has received 285 yes votes and 1,443 no votes regarding the proposed storm drainage rates regarding the proposed storm drainage rates.
It just says it twice.
Yeah, it says it twice. I apologize. So if I can, let me just reread that last part one more time for the record. The city has received 285 yes votes and 1,443 no votes regarding the proposed storm drainage rates.
City Attorney, based on the count's analysis, is there a majority protest for the proposed rates?
Thank you, Mayor. The city sent out 16,685 notices for water, sewer, and solid waste, and then 16,685 notices for storm drainage. As to the proposed storm drainage rates, there is a majority protest. Council may not proceed to adopt the resolution regarding storm drainage rates. As to the proposed water rates, there is not a majority protest. Council may proceed to adopt the resolution regarding water rates if it wishes to do so. As to proposed sewer rates, there is not a majority protest. Council may proceed to adopt the resolution regarding sewer rates if it wishes to do so. And finally, as to proposed solid waste rates, there is not a majority protest, and council may proceed to adopt the resolution regarding solid waste if it wishes to do so.
And as to the proposed storm drainage?
I did that one first.
Okay, all right. Any questions or comments from the council?
Yes, Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you. Hilda, so if we were to exercise that C13, would that go all in one swoop, or do we take them individually?
Let me take a look at how it's on the agenda.
It's got an individual resolution for each one.
So you're not able to proceed with number 4 for storm drainage, but you may go ahead and adopt the 3 resolutions under section 3.
Individually or all in?
You can do it all at once.
So, is there any more further comments?
None here.
If not, then I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve item C13.
A, B, C.
A, B, and C. Thank you.
Second.
Motion to approve item C1 by Mr. Rodriguez, second by Councilwoman Gallegos. Alicia, would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Gallegos?
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez?
Yes, and Mr. Mayor, that was to reiterate item C1, 3A, B, and C.
Correct.
Yes.
Councilmember Montes?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Evans?
Yes.
Councilmember Mejia?
No.
Councilmember Villegas?
Yes.
Mayor Garcia?
Yes.
Motion passes with 6 yes votes and 1 no vote by Councilwoman Mejia.
Thank you very much. All right. Well, this concludes our meeting. Hilda, do you have anything else to report?
I do not, Mayor. Thank you to all the staff that did the county. That was hard work.
Thank you. Yeah, absolutely. I call this session is closed. We call for adjournment. The time is 10:26 p.m. Thank you very much to everyone who participated, and you all have a good night.
You too, sir. God bless everyone.